Chapter 565. The array split the space into multiple spaces, allowing multiple battles to take place at the same time. As the cultivators who lost 3 times were eliminated, the number of juniors in the Eastern Arena decreased. In the end, there were only 25 people left. Among the 25, only 3 of them had a 10-match winning streak. They were Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Liang Long. Apart from them, the rest had 1 or even 2 defeats. Among the 3, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Yi Xing. Firstly, Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the astral realm. Secondly, Yi Xing had defeated Han Bin, who wasn't any weaker than Liang Long. Apart from Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, Ying Xiangyang and Mo Tong were also in the top 25. They each had 2 defeats. Among the juniors of the East Divine Continent, there were a total of 4 who had won in the first cultivation stage and obtained the qualifications to participate in the second stage of the Heavenly Fate ranking battle. This shocked the cultivators of the Eastern Liang, Eastern Han, and Eastern Cloud empires. Each of the 3 empires had 2 8-star venerables and more than 37-star venerables. In their opinion, the juniors of the East Divine Continent couldn't be compared to the juniors of the 3 empires. According to the cultivators of the 3 empires, it would be considered good if there were 1 or 2 juniors from the East Divine Continent who could enter the top 25. Who would have thought that there would be 4 of them? Furthermore, 2 of them had won all 10 matches. They were even more outstanding than the juniors of the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The juniors of the East Divine Continent shone brightly in the Eastern Arena. The juniors of the North Tranquil Continent performed even better in the Northern Arena. In the Northern Arena, there were 3 people who had won all 10 matches. Only one of them was from the 3 empires of the Middle Sky Continent. The other 2 were from the North Tranquil Continent. They were Gu Qianshan from the Ancient Nether Empire and Yi Jianga from the Jianfeng Empire. The 7-star venerables had won all 10 matches. Like Yi Xing, Yi Jianga was the most outstanding person in the Northern Arena and attracted the attention of many cultivators from the Great Yuan dynasty. Other than Gu Qianshan and Yi Jianga, there were 3 more people from the North Tranquil Continent who had entered the top 25, 1 more than the East Divine Continent. As the strongest of the 4 continents, the North Nether Continent was indeed extraordinary. As for the Western Continent and the Southern Continent, the performance of the young geniuses of the Western Continent and the Southern Continent was very ordinary. Only one of them had entered the list of 25 winners. Among them, the most outstanding junior genius in the Western Arena was Prince Yi Weinan of the Western Leaf Empire. The most outstanding junior genius in the Southern Arena was Prince Shirlei of the Southern Rock Empire. These 2 were the only 9-star superior in each arena. Even in the Great Yuan dynasty, there were only 6 9-star venerables among the younger generation geniuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Yi Xing, Shirlei, Yi Weinan, and Yi Jianga were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the 4 arenas. Other than Shirlei, the other 3 had the surname Yi. This made the paramount king Meng Tai and the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, who knew the secret of the Fiend Star, frown slightly. Among the 6 9-star venerables of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there was a genius with the surname Yi. He was a descendant of a sovereign clan. In addition, among the 8-star venerables and 7-star venerables, there were several geniuses with the surname Yi. They were all very outstanding. Among the younger geniuses, other than the Meng royal clan, the most outstanding ones were the martial artists with the surname Yi. Furthermore, the Meng royal clan was only from the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the geniuses with the surname Yi could be said to be all over the world. There were the descendants of the Great Yuan dynasty, such as the descendants of the royal clan with the surname Yi. There were the descendants of the empires, such as the prince of the Western Leaf Empire, Yi Weinan. There were also the descendants of other continents, such as Yi Jianga of the North Tranquil Continent and Yi Xing of the East Divine Continent. The Fiend Star is in chaos, and I am born with the surname Yi. Now that there are so many geniuses with the surname Yi, the heavens are trying to confuse my eyes. The paramount king Meng Tai muttered in his heart as a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The paramount king Meng Tai's intention was to kill the wrong person rather than let the wrong person go. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately without confirming the death of the Fiend Star, his heart wouldn't be at peace. Therefore, he had to find the Fiend Star in chaos. Only after confirming the identity of the Fiend Star would he be able to feel at ease. Otherwise, even if he were to kill the wrong person, it would be in vain. Since it is the Fiend Star in chaos, It must be the most monstrous one. Heavens! Let's see how long you can confuse my eyes. As the selection continues, there will definitely be one who will stand out. If the fiend star continues to hide, all the geniuses with the surname Yi who entered the heavenly fate rankings will die. Killing intent surged in the paramount King Meng Tai's heart. If he couldn't confirm the identity of the fiend star in chaos, then he would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. On the 4 stages, the 25 victorious geniuses were guided by the formation and moved towards the central stage. In the air above the central stage, the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty all had disdainful looks in their eyes. In their eyes, whether it was the other 4 continents or the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent, they were all ants, not even worth mentioning. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starry Continent. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty were the future of the Starry Continent. According to past practice, the geniuses of the 12 empires who were able to enter the heavenly fate rankings were only 1 or 2 from each empire. More than 80% of the geniuses on the heavenly fate rankings were from the Great Yuan dynasty. In the Great Yuan dynasty, not only was there the Meng royal clan, there were also the various king clans that were vassals of the Great Yuan dynasty. The number of geniuses in the younger generations was innumerable, far surpassing the other empires. The second stage of the heavenly fate rankings will be decided in a single battle. 10 battles per group. Start now. A voice sounded out from the formation. Very quickly, the geniuses of the younger generations were moved to the 4 corners, creating a large empty space in the middle that was divided into 10 groups. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 20 geniuses of the younger generations were guided by the formation and moved at high speed. Every 2 people were sent to a different area. This battle was extremely simple. The winner would be able to enter the heavenly fate rankings, while the loser would be directly eliminated. In order to avoid a clash between the strong, there was naturally a set of rules for the arrangement of opponents. That was, those with a higher cultivation base would fight against those with a lower cultivation base, and the remaining cultivators of the same level would fight against each other randomly. Although this kind of battle wasn't absolutely fair, it still greatly reduced the chances of the strong encountering each other. If under these circumstances, a clash between the strong still occurred, then that would mean that the eliminated cultivator had no fate with the heavenly fate rankings. On one side, the strongest geniuses of the younger generation from the Great Yuan dynasty were sent out, while on the other side, the weakest geniuses of the younger generations were sent out. The results were obvious. The geniuses of the younger generations from the Great Yuan dynasty were victorious. Chapter 566. Every group had a total of 10 rounds. After each round, 10 participants would be eliminated, and 10 of them would be ranked on the heavenly fate rankings. Because it was a battle between the strong and the weak, the battles progressed very quickly. After a few rounds, none of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had been eliminated. As for the younger generation from the 4 continents and the 12 empires, they were eliminated one after another. After 5 rounds, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation's 9-star venerables and 8-star venerables had all won and entered the destiny list. This also meant that 57-star venerables had been eliminated. Among them was East Divine Continent's Mo Tong. In the 6th round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation had won completely. In the 7th round, there was finally a change in the situation. A total of 4 Great Yuan dynasty cultivators had been eliminated and 4 of the 12 empires' younger generation had won and entered the destiny list. Ying Xiangyang was eliminated in this round of competition. In the 8th round, Yi Xing was sent into an array space. His opponent was a Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. In this round, the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation, who was originally in the air above the central arena, would fight against the 100 cultivators from the 4 other arenas. The order of the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty was from the highest cultivation level to the lowest, and their strength was basically from the strongest to the weakest. As for the ancient martial art practitioners from the 4 arenas, the order of appearance was from the lowest cultivation level to the highest, and from the weakest to the strongest. Yi Xing's previous performance was undoubtedly the strongest among the Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. Therefore, when he entered the arena, he was the last Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables. As for the other powerful Great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables, Yi Jianga, he was also in this group. In this group, there were 2 Great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables. One was the Eastern Han Empire's Han Bin and the other was the North Tranquil Continent's Lang Ningxuang. In this group, 6 of the cultivators from the 4 smaller arenas had won and advanced. Yi Xing was one and Yi Jianga was another. The two great Yuan dynasty's 8-star venerables naturally didn't lose. The other two great Yuan dynasty's 7-star venerables were also extremely powerful and defeated their opponents. In addition to the 4 people from the 7th group, there were already 10 people who had won and entered the Destiny Decree. The matches for the 9th and 10th groups ended quickly. The warriors who had advanced from the 4 small arenas were all 8-star venerables. The remaining warriors from the Great Yuan dynasty were all 7-star venerables, who were the weakest of them all. Therefore, the 9th and 10th groups, the 12 empires and the 4 continents all won. The second stage of the Heavenly Fate rankings had ended. The top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings had been determined. There were 70 from the Great Yuan dynasty and 30 from the 12 empires and 4 continents. Actually, it wasn't the 12 empires or the 4 great continents. Among these 30 people, most of them were juniors from the 12 empires. Other than that, the only juniors from the East Divine Continent were Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The North Tranquil Continent had 3 juniors: Yi Jianga, Gu Qianshan, and Lang Ningxuang. Not a single genius from the Southern and Western Continent managed to enter the Destiny Board. It was normal for the Southern and Western Continent to do so. The East Divine Continent had exceeded the norm because of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. As for the North Tranquil Continent, they were an exception because of their strength. In the past, the juniors of the Great Yuan Empire would always occupy at least 80% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Sometimes, they would even occupy 90% of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Among the juniors of the 12 great empires, it would already be considered very good if even one of them managed to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. The 12 empires were much stronger than the 4 continents. It was only natural that none of the 4 continents would be able to enter the Destiny Decree. This time around, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty only took up 70% of the Destiny Decree. This was clearly out of the norm. Therefore, the East Divine Continent and North Tranquil Continent also had their own geniuses who managed to enter the Destiny Decree. Those who won continued to hover in the air, while those who were eliminated directly fell back to the stage they were originally on. Only the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings remained in the air. Every single one of these 100 rankers was an expert. Even the weakest of the venerated 7-star sovereigns had unrivaled battle prowess among the venerated 8-star sovereigns. Challenging those with higher cultivation bases was as easy as flipping their hands. There were even geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. For example, Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were both venerated 7-star sovereigns, but their strength was no weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had ugly expressions on their faces. Out of the top 100 rankers of the Heavenly Fate rankings, they only managed to take up 70 of them. This result, in their eyes, was the worst result in history. Looking at Yi Xing and the rest, the younger generations of the Great Yuan dynasty all had gloomy expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the younger generations of the 12 empires and 4 continents were nothing more than ants. They didn't even have the qualifications to be ranked with them. The third stage, the battle for the top 10. You will be divided into 10 groups. The first in each group will be ranked in the top 10. A voice rang out in the air. The 100 rankers in the air were instantly moved by the power of the formation. Very quickly, the 100 rankers were divided into 10 groups. Each group had 10 people. The formation divided the space into 10 spaces, and each group was placed in a space. The 8 venerated 9-star sovereigns were placed in different groups. In Yi Xing's group, there was a venerated 9-star sovereign. It was the prince of the Southern Stone Empire, Shi Lei. Yi Xing looked at his group. Apart from Shi Lei, there were 6 venerated 8-star sovereigns. Each of them had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation bases than them. They weren't any weaker than venerated 9-star sovereigns. The strongest of them might even have reached the level of venerated 9-star sovereigns. Gu Qianshan of the Northern Nether Continent was in the same group as Yi Xing. Yi Xing didn't care about the 8-star sovereigns, including Gu Qianshan. Only venerated 9-star sovereigns, Shi Lei, was worthy of Yi Xing's attention. Shi Lei's strength should be comparable to a half-step venerable. Out of the 10 groups, 8 of them had venerated 9-star sovereigns. The other 2 groups only had venerated 8-star sovereigns with the highest cultivation base. Undoubtedly, the venerated 8-star sovereigns thought that it was the easiest group to enter the top 10. All the venerated 8-star sovereigns were envious of the venerated 8-star sovereigns who were placed in these two groups. Yi Xing looked at the two groups and found that Wei Qingxian was in one of the groups. Lang Ningxuang of the northern nether continent was in the same group as her. In the other group, the one who attracted Yi Xing's attention the most was a venerated 7-star sovereign. He was the peerless swordsman of the northern nether continent, Yi Jianga. As he stood there, his sharp aura overshadowed all the other venerated 8-star sovereigns in his group. Ha ha ha! Honorable Lord Mo Jian, the juniors of our two continents are really fated. 2 juniors of the East Divine Continent have bumped into the juniors of my northern nether continent. In the eastern arena, High Lord Netherflame looked at the various groups of martial artists in the sky and laughed heartily. This time, my north nether continent has 3 junior geniuses that have entered the Destiny Decree, and one of them will even enter the top 10 of the Destiny Decree. Your East Divine Continent has no chance. Chapter 567. Just as Master Serene Flame finished his words, the battle in the sky had already begun. The first 2 in Yi Xing's group were him and Gu Qianshan, the genius of the younger generation from the North Netherworld continent. Ha ha! Master Serene Flame burst into laughter and said, "Look, Master Mo Jian, your junior from the East Divine Continent is really unlucky to have met my disciple, Gu Qianshan. This round of the competition has just begun and he's about to be eliminated. Ha ha!" In the first round of the competition, Yi Xing and Gu Qianshan had both won 10 rounds in a row. However, Yi Xing was a 7-star venerable while Gu Qianshan was an 8-star venerable. In Master Serene Flame's heart, he naturally thought that Gu Qianshan was stronger. Reverend Mo Jian snorted coldly and said, "Reverend Serene Flame, don't celebrate too early. The result of this battle may not necessarily be the victory of the younger generation of your ancient Nether Empire." Who was Yi Xing? Although Master Mo Jian did not know about the Demon Star of Troubled Times, he knew that Yi Xing was a peerless genius in the eyes of the Black Biao King. A peerless genius in the eyes of a king was absolutely extraordinary. Mo Jian did not hold out much hope for Yi Xing to enter the top 10, but he did not think that he was inferior to Gu Qianshan. In the air, Gu Qianshan also recognized that Yi Xing was a junior from the Eastern Divine Continent. He laughed and said, "Little brat from the Eastern Divine Continent, you're lucky to be able to enter the Heavenly Fate rankings. However, your luck has come to an end. The first battle of the Heavenly Fate rankings will be your end." Yi Xing's expression was as usual as he looked at Gu Qianshan and said, "You warriors from the North Netherworld continent are not very strong, but your words are arrogant. To be honest, an opponent like you does not interest me at all. You can't even force me to use my astrology. Furthermore, defeating you will only take 1 or 2 moves." Gu Qianshan was furious. Below, in the East Arena, Master Serene Flame's face was also ashen. Yi Xing's words were simply too contemptuous. Not only did he not put Gu Qianshan in his eyes, but he also meant that all the junior martial artists of the North Netherworld continent were exaggerating. Humph! Supremacy Netherflame snorted coldly, and then transmitted his voice to Gu Qianshan and Xingong. "Take care of this brat for me." Gu Qianshan stared at Yi Xing with a murderous look in his eyes. In a battle in the Grand Arena, the sight of blood was a sign of defeat. This sight of blood referred to internal injuries and not external injuries. If it was only a cut on the skin and flesh, it would be considered an insignificant injury to a martial artist, and it would not be judged as a failure. As for vomiting blood due to internal injuries, it didn't matter how much blood there was. As long as there was blood, it would be considered a failure. In a duel between 2 people, if the loser met a kind-hearted opponent, he might only be lightly injured. However, if the loser met an evil-hearted opponent who purposely dealt a heavy blow, he might be seriously injured. In fact, it was even possible for them to kill those who were particularly vicious. Of course, in a duel in the Grand Arena, it was not easy to kill a person. This was because as soon as one vomited blood, the formation would judge the loser and the void of the formation would automatically separate the 2 people in the duel. Therefore, it was only possible to kill an opponent in 1 blow. Everyone present was a genius of the younger generation, and their strength was not weak. Even if there was a big gap in strength, they all had life-saving means. It was very difficult to kill them in 1 blow. Gu Qianshan's eyes revealed a murderous look. He did not want to kill Yi Xing, but he wanted to seriously injure Yi Xing. "You asked for it." Gu Qianshan shouted angrily. Starlight soared into the sky. He used his astrology and his body instantly turned into a fiery red light shadow. The fiery red light shadow was extremely fast. In an instant, it had circled around Yi Xing many times. Gu Qianshan's astrology was a fiery star with rotating flames, as if there was a tornado blowing. It was the extreme grade astrology, wind-fire star, which contained the two attributes of wind and fire. The extreme grade astrology was superior. It was the highest astrology in the starland. In addition, it had the two attributes of wind and fire. This made Gu Qianshan's strength increase greatly. Although Gu Qianshan was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yi Xing, a 7-star venerable. After all, Yi Xing had also won 10 consecutive battles in the first round and defeated an 8-star venerable. Therefore, Gu Qianshan used all his strength in his first attack. Gu Qianshan's serene fire steps had a very high level of attainment. His speed was extremely fast, and his body was like a flickering shadow. In a flash, he could appear in all directions of Yi Xing and unleash a terrifying attack that was impossible to defend against. Hee hee. Gu Qianshan sneered, but his laughter seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to know his exact location. One could only see a ball of fiery red light spinning rapidly around Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you're able to win 10 rounds consecutively in the first stage. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, your strength is useless in front of me. Gu Qianshan. I, Gu Qianshan, can easily injure you. You're going to lose. Gu Qianshan's voice still came from all directions. Just as he finished speaking, a palm suddenly struck Yi Xing's neck. With such a fast speed, even a 9-star venerable could not react in time. If he was hit by Gu Qianshan's palm, his bones would be broken and he would be seriously injured. However, when Gu Qianshan's palm was an inch away from Yi Xing's neck, it suddenly stopped. Yi Xing seemed to have calculated the opponent's attack position. He raised his palm and grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist. Gu Qianshan's palm exploded, but when the Gang Qi fell on Yi Xing's neck, Yi Xing did not move at all. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. Is that all you've got? Yi Xing said indifferently. He grabbed Gu Qianshan's wrist and exerted force. Gu Qianshan felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the Gang Qi in his palm dissipated instantly. Gu Qianshan was shocked. He had never expected that Yi Xing would have such accurate reaction speed and judgment. He could even grab his wrist. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Xing's strength was so terrifying. Gu Qianshan's wrist was grabbed like being clamped by an iron clamp. Even though he used Gang Qi to defend himself, he still felt a sharp pain. He had a horrible feeling that his bones were about to be crushed. Below, in the Eastern Arena, Supremacy Netherflame was dumbfounded. This result was beyond his expectations. Let go! Gu Qianshan roared. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched toward Yi Xing's face. Yi Xing grabbed Gu Qianshan's arm and threw him. Gu Qianshan's body flew up uncontrollably, and the punch was out of order. Yi Xing's physical strength was too strong. Gu Qianshan was caught in his hand and had no room to resist. After being thrown by Yi Xing, his body floated in the air and completely lost control. Get lost! Yi Xing kicked out and hit Gu Qianshan's stomach. Whoosh! Gu Qianshan's body instantly shot backward. The follow-up plot has been sorted out. The missing chapters from number 19 to 20 will be filled soon. Chapter 568. Gu Qianshan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Then with a loud bang, he crashed heavily into the void array wall. The void array instantly separated Yi Xing and Gu Qianshan, judging Gu Qianshan's defeat. This stage was to determine the top 10 of the destiny list. Only one person from each group could advance, so the loser would be eliminated. Gu Qianshan fell back to the Eastern Arena. Reverend Netherflame caught him. Haha, Reverend Netherflame, the younger generation of the East Divine Continent is not bad, right? Reverend Mo Jian didn't forget to slap Reverend Netherflame's face. Humph! Reverend Netherflame's face turned ugly. He snorted and said, "This kid's strength is not bad, but he's not fated to enter the top 10. As for the younger generation of the North Netherworld continent, one of them will definitely enter the top 10. Lang Ningxuang and Yi Zhonga were in two groups without a venerable 9-star. Reverend Netherflame believed that both of them had hopes of entering the top 10. However, although Lang Ningxuang was powerful, She was not invincible as an 8-star venerable. But Lord Serene Flame knew Yi Jiange's strength. Yi Jiange was a genius and a peerless swordsman. Even though he was only a 7-star venerable, he was stronger than Lang Ningxuang and Gu Qianshan. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yi Jiange would definitely enter the top 10 of the destiny list. And Yi Xing's group had a venerable 9-star venerable. A venerable 9-star venerable was definitely stronger than an ordinary half-step venerable. Reverend Netherflame was sure that Yi Xing wasn't fated to enter the top 10. Reverend Netherflame's face became much better. The only pity was that Yi Jiange wasn't a junior of the ancient Nether Empire. Otherwise, he would be very happy. In the central arena, the Paramount King, Meng Tai, as well as many experts from the Great Yuan dynasty, locked their gazes on Yi Xing. Yi Xing had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. His performance was demonic. Furthermore, he was a junior martial art practitioner from the East Divine Continent. He was the main suspect of the Great Yuan dynasty. In the second battle, Yi Xing's opponent was a 7-star venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty. I am Yi Qingfei, pleased to meet you. This was a descendant of the Yi royal clan. Although he was only a 7-star venerable master, his strength could defeat an 8-star venerable master. However, facing Yi Xing, a junior martial artist of the same realm, Yi Qing did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. The strength that Yi Xing displayed was much stronger than his. Yi Qing had defeated an ordinary 8-star venerable master, but Yi Xing had defeated Gu Qianshan, a genius 8-star venerable master. He was stronger than an ordinary 9-star venerable master. I am Yi Xing, please. Since the other party was polite, Yi Xing was also polite. Soon the two of them exchanged blows. After exchanging several blows, Yi Xing and Yi Qing exchanged a few blows. Yi Xing's fist shook the other to the point that blood flowed out of his mouth. He only suffered light injuries. Yi Qingfei was defeated and eliminated. He fell from the sky and returned to the central fighting ring. At this stage, each group had 10 people. After winning 2 rounds in a row, they could take a break. Yi Xing won 2 rounds in a row and returned to his original position in the sky. Next up was Shi Lei, a 9-star venerable master, and the other was an 8-star venerable master, a descendant of the Great Yuan dynasty. The 8-star venerable master's strength was not inferior to Gu Qianshan's. He was also one of the top 9-star venerables. However, he had no chance of winning his first battle against Shi Lei. Shi Lei's strength had reached the half-step to venerable master. Although the 9-star venerable master and the half-step to venerable master were not far apart in terms of cultivation, there was a huge gap between their strengths. After the 8-star venerable master was defeated, Shi Lei's second opponent was a 7-star venerable master from the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he won easily. After winning 2 rounds in a row, Shi Lei returned to his original position to rest. He glanced at Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing was only a 7-star venerable master, he had easily defeated Gu Qianshan. Among the younger martial artists in this group, only Yi Xing was regarded as an opponent by Shi Lei. Of course, it was only an ordinary opponent. After all, Yi Xing was a 7-star venerable. Shi Lei did not believe that Yi Xing could defeat him. As a martial artist from the Middle Sky continent, Shi Lei had never heard of a 7-star venerable master's strength surpassing a half-step to venerable master. In Yi Xing's group, 2 people rested and 4 people were eliminated. The remaining 4 people were 8-star venerable masters. 2 of them were transferred to the middle of the formation to continue fighting. Yi Xing's attention was not on his own group, but on the other group's matches. Yi Xing casually glanced at the groups with 9-star venerables and did not pay attention to them. As long as a 9-star venerable made a move, they would easily defeat their opponents and enter the top 10. There was no suspense. Yi Xing paid attention to the group Wei Qingxian and Yi Jiange were in. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was going to fight. Her opponent was a 7-star venerable, and she easily won her first battle. Wei Qingxuan's second opponent came up. Yi Xing's eyes lit up. It was also a genius from the northern underworld continent. Since they were in the same group, they might not have a chance to fight. However, things were so coincidental. Yi Xing was in this group and had fought Gu Qianshan from the northern underworld continent. Wei Qingxian was going to fight Lang Yishuang from the northern underworld continent. In the eastern arena, the Youhua Empire's attention was also on Wei Qingxian and Lang Ningxuang. Because he had made a wrong judgment about Yi Xing and had been slapped in the face by Mo Jian, He did not come to a conclusion early. However, the hope in his heart had not changed. He naturally wanted to see Lang Ningxuang win. The rest of the martial artists from the northern underworld continent were the same. In the sky, Wei Qingxian and Lang Ningxuang quickly started to fight. Fluttering Snow Palm. Sky Frost Fist. Wei Qingxian and Lang Ningxuang both used ice attribute martial arts. As soon as they attacked, the array space they were in was covered with a layer of frost. Pieces of ice condensed under their feet. The difference was that Lang Ningxuang used astrology, but Wei Qingxian did not. Wei Qingxuan's martial arts attainments were much deeper than Lang Ningxuang's. Moreover, her comprehension of ice concept was not something that Lang Ningxuang could compare to. In less than 10 moves, Wei Qingxian had already gained the upper hand. Lang Ningxuang kept dodging with her movement skills. It was obvious that she was going to lose. After a few more moves, Lang Ningxuang was hit by Wei Qingxuan's fluttering snow palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lost the battle. Wei Qingxian had defeated Lang Ningxuang without using astrology. The two were not on the same level. The eyes of the venerable 8 stars who were in the same group as Wei Qingxian dimmed. They had thought that they had a chance of entering the top 10 in this group. Now, it seemed that the first place of this group was already decided. Wei Qingxian and Lang Ningxuang were both beauties of the present age. Especially Wei Qingxian. She was even more stunning. The battle between the two attracted the attention of many warriors. Now that Wei Qingxian had won, she was covered in the halo of victory. In the eyes of many martial artists, she was extremely stunning. Some of the younger martial artists who had weaker control were stunned. In this instant, countless martial artists were infatuated with Wei Qingxian. Chapter 569. This girl can be taken as a concubine. The Supreme King Meng Tai looked at Wei Qingxian and thought in his heart. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Meng Tai had only lived for a few hundred years and was in the prime of his life. As the Supreme King of the Great Yuan dynasty, he had countless beauties in his harem. Although she had already given birth to many children, and the delayed matters had already been completed, the pleasure of making love in the mountains of Wushan was still not enough. The almighty King Meng Tai had seen countless beauties in his life. Moreover, every once in a while, there would be factions from all over the Great Yuan dynasty offering beauties as tributes. The almighty King Meng Tai would not be moved by ordinary beauties. For example, Lang Ningxuang was definitely a top beauty in the eyes of ordinary warriors. However, in the eyes of the Supreme King Meng Tai, there was not much novelty. Although beauties like Lang Ningxuang were one in a million, the Supreme King Meng Tai had seen countless of them in his life. Only a peerless beauty like Wei Qingxian could make him think of taking her. Lang Ningxuang fell and was caught by Extreme Ice Empire's High Lord Lang Yu. Ha ha! High Lord Mo Jian laughed softly. Looking at High Lord Serene Flame's ashen face, he could not help but feel proud. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were both students of the Xuefeng Empire Academy. High Lord Mo Jian was very happy at this moment. The other warriors of the East Divine Continent also had smiles on their faces and felt proud. Wei Qingxian had won 2 rounds in a row and returned to her original position in the air. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to Yi Zhenqiu in the other group. Yi Zhenqiu had already finished his first battle. The attention of the other warriors was basically attracted by the battle between Wei Qingxian and Lang Ningxuang. Other than the warriors in their group, no one was paying attention to this battle. Yi Zhenqiu's first opponent was a 7-star venerable. His strength was not even comparable to an 8-star venerable's junior. Naturally, he won easily. In the second battle, Yi Zhenqiu's opponent was an 8-star venerable whose cultivation was 1 realm higher than his. This venerable 8-star was the genius of the younger generation of the Dongliang Empire, Liang Long. In the Eastern arena, there were only 3 people with 10 consecutive victories in the first round. Other than Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, it was Liang Long. Liang Long's strength was not inferior to the Eastern Han Empire's crown prince, Han Bin. In the first round, Yi Xing had defeated Han Bin. Now that Yi Jianga was up against Liang Long, Yi Xing wanted to see how long it would take for this genius swordsman to defeat Liang Long. Yi Jianga's sword aura soared to the sky, and her aura was incomparably sharp. Even though Liang Long was an 8-star pinnacle cultivator, he couldn't gain the upper hand in terms of aura when facing Yi Jianga. Even if Yi Jianga wasn't a junior from the Middle Sky continent, Liang Long didn't dare to underestimate this genius swordsman who had won 10 consecutive matches in the northern arena. A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Liang Long immediately used his astrology. His aura exploded, and his strength exploded to the limit. A supreme-grade spirit spear appeared in his hand. Yi Zhong'e didn't use his astrology. She only raised her hand, and a supreme-grade spirit sword appeared in her hand. With the sword in her hand, Yi Zhong'e's sword aura became even stronger. Her body was like a sword, and she was a person who was born for the sword. Take my move, swaying in the wind and rain. When Liang Long saw that Yi Zhong'e's sword aura was getting stronger, he shouted and took the initiative to attack. Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, the wind and rain spear art, had almost reached perfection. With a thrust of the spear, a strong wind blew out, and specks of spear shadows flew towards Yi Zhong'e. Break! Facing Liang Long's supreme-grade spirit martial art, Yi Zhong'e didn't use any martial arts. She only waved the sword in her hand. Whoosh, a bright light burst out, and the sword aura was like a pillar of light. The spear shadows in front of her were instantly split into two by the sword aura. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Zhong'e's sword. That sword aura was like a white chain that swept over. Liang Long's eyes reflected the two sword lights, and he was shocked. Storm, storm! Liang Long shouted and used one of the ultimate moves of the wind and rain spear art. Only then was he able to destroy the sword aura. At the same time, Liang Long took advantage of the power of his ultimate move. His spear aura was like a gale that swept away the fallen leaves, and it flew towards Yi Zhong'e. Break! Yi Zhong'e let out another soft cry and swung her sword. This sword looked like an ordinary sword, and it wasn't a powerful move. However, the angle, timing and strength of the sword were different from the previous sword. The similarity was that no matter if it was the previous sword or this sword, it was like a bell hanging on a sheep's horn. There was no gap to be found, and it was simply superb. The sword aura shot out with shocking power. Liang Long's move was broken by Yi Zhong'e again. Torrential rain. Wind and rain. Liang Long used two more ultimate moves. The power accumulated, and each spear was stronger than the previous one. However, Yi Zhong'e's casual slash contained a terrifying amount of power. The sharpness of the sword intent was shocking. Wherever it passed, Liang Long's attacks were all broken. Soon, Liang Long attacked with his spear for more than 10 moves. Not only did he use his ultimate move of the wind and rain spear art, but he also used more than half of his normal moves. However, Yi Zhong'e easily broke his spear moves. Take one of my sword as well. Suddenly, Yi Zhong'e let out a soft cry and launched a counterattack on the Liang Long Palace Hall. After Yi Zhong'e spoke, her body flashed like a sword and disappeared. In the next moment, a dazzling white pillar of sword aura suddenly appeared behind Liang Long. The sword aura filled the air and sliced the air in half. Liang Long suddenly felt a chill on his back. All the hair on his body stood up, and his eyes were filled with fear. Yi Zhong'e's sword was too fast and too strange. It was out of his expectations. However, his strength was not ordinary. He was one of the top venerable 9 stars. Even if Yi Zhong'e's sword was out of his expectations, Liang Long was still able to react. Return of the wind and rain. In an instant, Liang Long's spear pierced towards the sword aura behind him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the spear in Liang Long's hand trembled. His hasty defense was unable to withstand the power of Yi Zhong'e's sword. When the spear collided with the sword, there was a small gap in his defense. This small gap was enough to determine the victor for Yi Zhong'e, who was proficient in sword arts. The supreme-grade spiritual artifact was like a snake that flicked its tongue. It pierced through the small gap in his defense and struck Liang Long. Liang Long's body immediately retreated. The sword aura was blocked by his inner armor, but the power was not completely blocked. Quite a bit of it penetrated Liang Long's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Liang Long was defeated, and Yi Zhong'e won 2 rounds in a row. Yi Zhong'e defeated Liang Long without even using her astrology. The first place of this group was basically confirmed. In the Eastern Arena, Liang Long fell. The cultivators of the Northern Tranquil Continent finally revealed smiles. This person is not a weak opponent. Yi Xing thought to himself. At this moment, his body suddenly moved and appeared in the middle of the array space. He did not notice that it was his turn to fight in his group. His opponent was Venerable 9 Stars, Shirley. Chapter 570. The battle between Yi Jianga and Liang Long attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone was shocked by Yi Jianga's strength. Liang Long's strength was at the peak of venerable 9 stars, but Yi Jianga defeated him without even using her astrology. Although she had used more than 10 moves, Yi Jianga had been passively defending. When she truly made a move, she defeated Liang Long with just 1 move. Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were both 7 stars venerables. They both had heaven-defying fighting strength, but Yi Jianga seemed stronger. This was because the two of them had different strengths. Yi Xing was powerful because of his powerful physical body, while Yi Jianga was powerful because of his mysterious swordsmanship. In the eyes of many cultivators, having a strong physical body was an unorthodox path, while swordsmanship was an upright martial path. Many cultivators were puzzled as to why Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was so powerful. Only a few senior experts knew the mystery behind it. So he has an innate sword body. He is indeed a monster. If his astrology is strong enough, he will be a threat to the great Yuan dynasty after he becomes a king. It seems like the chaotic era fiend star is between him and Yi Xing from the East Divine Continent. Meng Tai thought to himself. His gaze shifted to Yi Xing, who was facing off against Shi Lei. Yi Xing and Yi Jianga were the 2 people he paid the most attention to. They were the 2 people that the chaotic era fiend star suspected the most. The battle between Yi Xing and Shi Lei also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Yi Xing's performance was extremely heaven-defying. He was only a 7-star venerable, yet he was able to easily defeat an 8-star venerables junior. On the other hand, Shi Lei was a 9-star venerables junior. His strength was not inferior to a half-exalted. No one thought that Yi Xing would be Shi Lei's opponent, but they were still very interested in this battle. They wanted to know how long Yi Xing could last before he was defeated. This battle was equivalent to a battle between a 7-star venerables and a half-step honorable. Who knew how many years it would take for a 7-star venerables to have such heaven-defying strength to appear in the star continent? Such a battle could only be encountered by chance. Your strength is indeed not bad. You are only second to me in this group. Shi Lei looked at Yi Xing and said indifferently. Although Yi Xing's performance was heaven-defying, Shi Lei was still very confident in himself. He was a junior genius from the Middle Sky continent, and his cultivation was at level 9-star venerables. If he couldn't be compared to the 7-star venerables of the East Divine Continent, he might as well kill himself in the 2 business. Haha, that might not be true. Yi smiled with confidence. Shi Lei frowned slightly and said, "Do you think your strength is stronger than a half-martial highness?" Yi Xing shrugged and said, "Maybe." Humph. Shi Lei scoffed coldly. "Very well, I'd like to see exactly what abilities you have the guts to boast like that. I've never heard of 7-star the Venerable One being stronger than a half-step Venerable One." As he spoke, Shi Lei's aura exploded. A terrifying aura instantly pressed down on Yi Xing. Yi Xing's body was as still as a mountain. He was like a reef in the waves, unmoving. Sky-breaking fist. Shi Lei shouted and displayed his supreme-grade spiritual martial art. In an instant, a huge fist aura shot toward Yi Xing. Bang! Yi Xing also swung his fist and instantly shattered his opponent's fist energy. "Give it your all. That's not enough to deal with me," Yi Xing yelled. "Impossible. You will lose." Shi Lei roared angrily. Yi Xing did not use his astrology. As the 9-star venerables, he did not want to use his astrology. In his opinion, if he used his astrology to defeat Yi Xing, it would be an unfair victory. He wanted to defeat Yi Xing in the same state. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Lei punched out again and again. Each fist aura contained terrifying power. It was not something the 9-star venerables could withstand. Even if he did not use his astrology, a half-step honorable was more powerful than the 9-star venerables. However, Yi Xing, the venerable 7-star venerable, was able to deal with the punches effortlessly. Yi Xing clenched his fists. No matter how fast or powerful the fist auras were, they were all crushed by Yi Xing's fists. In the face of absolute power, all of Shi Lei's attacks were futile. "Since you don't want to use your astrology, you will lose," Yi Xing shouted and took a big step forward. He took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Shi Lei and punched out. The air in front of him formed a sharp light that was visible to the naked eye. This was not a condensed fist aura. It was a sharp light formed by pure power. It was extremely terrifying. There was an explosion in the void as the air was blasted apart by Yi Xing's punch. Yi Xing's fist had yet to arrive, but the strong wind was like a fist aura attacking Shirley. Shirley was shocked and quickly retreated. He circulated his astral energy to the limit and used the ultimate move of the sky-splitting fist to neutralize Yi Xing's attack. Below, the martial artists in the various arenas were watching the battle between Yi Xing and Shirley. They were stunned. Yi Xing actually forced Shirley to retreat? This was no different from the 7-star venerables forcing a half-step honorable to retreat. This was too unbelievable. Although Shirley didn't use his astrology, Yi Xing also didn't use his astrology. Seeing Yi Xing gain the upper hand in Shirley's battle, a sharp light burst out from Meng Tai's eyes. The 7-star venerable's cultivation was stronger than a half-step honorable. This was something that had never happened in the Star Continent. If Yi Xing could really defeat Shirley, then it could be confirmed that the demon star of chaos was Yi Xing. Yi Xing punched out several times. Shirley had already retreated to the edge of the array formation. If he retreated any further, he would crash into the array formation walls. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Shirley's eyebrows, turning into a stone star that floated in the air. Although Shirley wasn't willing to use his astrology to suppress Yi Xing, if he didn't use his astrology, he would only be defeated. Compared to losing to Yi Xing and losing his top 10 position on the destiny decree, he couldn't care less about the honor in his heart. This was an extreme-grade astrology. Just like how the ice attribute belonged to the water attribute, the stone attribute also belonged to the earth attribute. However, the ice attribute was stronger than the water attribute. Similarly, the stone attribute was also stronger than the earth attribute. As the stone attribute's astral energy fell, it caused Shirley's astral energy to turn into stone, becoming even more terrifying. The astral energy he displayed was like a giant boulder, its power increasing exponentially. Hong 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 hong. Shirley displayed the sky-rending fist. Its power was on a completely different level. Every time he punched out, the void would crack, and the sound of his punches would shake the heavens. Facing Shirley's full strength, Yi Xing finally lost the upper hand. However, even if Shirley's strength increased, he only managed to reverse his disadvantage. Yi Xing's fists danced in the air. Facing Shirley's crazy attacks, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 571. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows in a short period of time. Yi Xing's dark star spiritual body had reached the great perfection realm. His physical strength was not inferior to a half-step honorable realm expert. He was evenly matched with Shirley just by relying on his physical strength alone. Yi Xing did not use his superbrain to scan Shirley's attacks. Otherwise, Yi Xing would be able to defeat Shirley just by relying on his physical strength alone. Although Yi Xing was not afraid that the Dayuan dynasty would recognize him as the Fiend Star in troubled times, he did not want to be too high profile. A 7-star venerable had defeated a 9-star venerable genius whose strength was equivalent to a half-step honorable realm expert. This had never happened before in the Star Continent. Yi Xing did not use his superbrain to scan. Instead, he prepared to use the power of the stars. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Yi Xing's body. As the stars revolved, the seal on his cultivation was unlocked. The aura of a level 8 astral realm expert was fully released. 8-star venerable. So he's the 8-star venerable. No wonder. I thought the 7-star venerable had the strength of a half-step honorable realm expert. It turns out that he hid his cultivation on purpose. When the martial artists saw Yi Xing's cultivation increase, they were suddenly enlightened and started to discuss among themselves. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, frowned. He was almost certain that Yi Xing was the Fiend Star in troubled times. However, if Yi Xing was the 8-star venerable, he could not be considered the #1 genius in the Star Continent even though his performance was monstrous. To be able to wreak havoc in the Great Yuan dynasty, one must be a monster amongst monsters. He must have an extraordinary aspect that surpassed that of a genius. If Yi Xing's performance wasn't outstanding enough, then the Supreme King Meng Tai's suspicions would shift towards Yi Zhanghe. Although the innate sword body had appeared before in the history of the Star Continent, it was still a rare genius that only appeared once every few thousand years. So, you're the 8-star venerable. Shirley felt the aura that Yi Xing released. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. Being at a disadvantage against an 8-star venerable was completely different from being at a disadvantage against a 7-star venerable. That's right, so you can be at ease. Yi Xing chuckled as the supreme grade Dragonblood Spear appeared in his hand. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing channeled his astral energy and displayed his extreme spiritual martial art. Using the momentum of heaven and earth and the Wind Shadow Spear Art of the perfection of transformation, he stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. The entire formation space was enveloped by the spear aura. Yi Xing still did not use his astrology, but his physical strength coupled with his martial arts strength made him so formidable that ordinary half-step venerable ones could not be mentioned on equal terms. Although Shirley's strength allowed him to fight above his level, he was not the best among half-step martial highnesses. At the very least, compared to the juniors of venerable 9-star from the Great Yuan dynasty, his strength was at the bottom. Yi Xing's physical body was strong, and the attack power of the treasure spear was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his incomparably fast speed, after just a few moves, Shirley was defeated. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. Shirley could not react in time and was pierced by Yi Xing's spear. The extreme spiritual level inner armor blocked the penetration of the Dragonblood Spear, but the terrifying power was unable to be dispersed in an instant. It penetrated Shirley's body. Even though his astral energy was as hard as stone and had a strong defensive power, he vomited blood after being pierced by Yi Xing's spear. The formation space separated Yi Xing and Shirley. Yi Xing was still standing in the sky, but Shirley fell down and returned to the southern stage. At this moment, Yi Xing was the center of attention. Although there was still a cultivator in their group who had not been eliminated, Yi Xing had defeated Shirley and was already guaranteed to be first in the group. He would enter the top 10 of the Destiny List. The top 10 of the Destiny List were characters who could obtain the destiny of the Star Continent. In the future, they would at least be half-step kings. Moreover, Yi Xing had defeated Shirley without using his astrology. An 8-star venerable defeating a 9-star venerable was already an extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. If he didn't even use his astrology, this meant that Yi Xing had yet to fully display his strength. Didn't this mean that even the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty might not be able to defeat Yi Xing? Thinking of this, the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. The strongest geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty were the 6 9-star venerables. If Yi Xing's strength was not inferior to theirs, this meant that Yi Xing was also very strong in the top 10 of the Destiny List. He had the possibility of becoming the first on the Destiny List. The first on the Destiny List, known as the Son of the Stars, would definitely become a king in the future. For example, the previous Son of the Stars was the Crown Prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuanxing. Now, Meng Yuanxing was already a king. The previous Sons of the Stars had all become kings, without exception. Ever since the Star Continent was ruled by the Great Yuan dynasty, 90% of the Sons of the Stars came from the Meng royal clan, while the remaining 10% came from the Great Yuan dynasty's king clans. No other cultivator had ever obtained the title. If Yi Xing could obtain the title of Son of the Stars this time, then he would break the 10,000-year record of the Great Yuan dynasty since its establishment. Looking at Yi Xing in the sky, which cultivator wouldn't be shocked and amazed? Of course, Yi Xing only had the possibility of becoming the first on the Destiny List. As for how high the chances were, the cultivators weren't optimistic about him. After all, the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty's younger generation wasn't something that a junior like Shirley could compare to. Moreover, Yi Xing might be able to fight across 2 realms, but there might be other geniuses among the 9-star venerable of the Great Yuan dynasty who could fight across 2 realms. With the same heaven-defying ability to fight across realms, the difference of a single realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, Yi Xing's chances of becoming the first on the Destiny List were slim to none. But no matter what, this was the first time that someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty had a chance of becoming the first on the Destiny List. Many cultivators were still shocked by this. This indicated that the Great Yuan dynasty had already lost absolute control over the Star Continent. The Star Continent had a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had gone through, or how many dynasties it had gone through. There were records of more than 10 dynasties. Every dynasty had a history of prosperity and decline. When a dynasty lost absolute control, it was a sign that it was on the verge of decline, and there was a possibility of it being destroyed. This was the case for every dynasty. 10,000 years ago, the Great Jin dynasty fell, and the Meng family rose to power, establishing the Great Yuan dynasty. Now the Great Yuan dynasty had already passed 10,000 years, so it wasn't impossible for it to decline. Of course, what would happen would depend on the final result. If the first on the destiny list was taken away by someone outside the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty would really be in chaos. In Yi Xing's group, there was still an 8-star venerable left. His strength was extremely high among the 8-star venerables, and he had already eliminated 2 geniuses at the same level as him. However, in front of Yi Xing, his strength wasn't enough, and he was quickly defeated. In Yi Xing's group, he was the only one left who had entered the top 10 of the destiny list. Chapter 572. The battles of the other groups also ended quickly. Shi Lei, a venerable 9-star, was eliminated by Yi Xing. The other 7 venerable 9-stars all entered the top 10. As expected, Wei Qingxian and Yi Jianga obtained first place in the 2 groups without a venerable 9-star. In the top 10, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga were all venerable 8 stars. Moreover, they weren't from the Central Sky Continent. The first 2 came from the East Divine Continent, while the latter came from the North Tranquil Continent. Even though Yi Jianga entered the top 10, Reverend Netherflame wasn't happy. 2 venerable 8 stars from the East Divine Continent had entered the top 10, completely suppressing the North Tranquil Continent. Of the 7 venerable 9 stars that entered the top 10, only 6 were from the Great Yuan dynasty. Although Yi Weinan was from the Central Sky Continent, he was from the West Leaf Empire's royal family. In the past, there were 1 or 2 juniors from the Central Sky Continent's 12 empires that could enter the destiny list. However, they were always at the bottom, never entering the top 10. The top 10 of the destiny list had always been the Great Yuan dynasty's junior geniuses. But this time around, in the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the juniors of the Great Yuan dynasty only occupied 6 spots. This was an extremely bad omen, and the cultivators of the Great Yuan dynasty were all extremely unhappy. Of the 6 juniors from the Great Yuan dynasty, 3 were from the Meng clan. They were Meng Yuanjun, Meng Haokong, and Meng Xinlan. Meng Yuanjun was the youngest son of the Supreme King, Meng Tai. Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan were from the Meng clan's royal family. The other 3 were Yi Rulong, Duan Xueqing, and Zhou Haoga. They were all geniuses from king clans. In the Great Yuan dynasty, the Meng clan was the most powerful clan with dozens of king clans. Apart from them, there were more than 10 king clans. The king clans had 2 or 3 king clans, while the king clans only had 1. There were some clans that once had king clans, but because none of their juniors could become king clans, their clans had declined and were no longer considered king clans. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan, Meng Yuanjun, Meng Haokong, Meng Xinlan, Yi Rulong, Duan Xueqing, Zhou Haoga. In the top 10 rankings of the Heavenly Fate rankings, the cultivator surnamed Yi had actually occupied 4 spots. Compared to the younger generation of the Meng clan, he had 1 more spot. This was simply shocking. For this year's Heavenly Fate rankings battle, the one with the most glory was undoubtedly that cultivator surnamed Yi and not the Meng clan. Some of the more sensitive cultivators could already sense that something was amiss. The Great Yuan dynasty had truly lost their absolute control over the astral world. The top 10 Heavenly Fate decree geniuses were drawn in by the power of the array formation, appearing directly above the arena stage. Within the array formation, a voice resounded, "This stage is the battle for destiny." The top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree each have a 5-foot-long destiny of the astral world. Each of them will have to fight a battle, and if they lose, they will lose 5 feet of destiny. The winner will obtain the lost destiny. In the end, the one with the most destiny will be ranked first on the Heavenly Fate decree, the Son of the Stars. As the voice in the array formation faded, in an instant, every cultivator in the top 10 of the Heavenly Fate decree was enveloped by an azure pillar of light. Everyone's pillar of light was of the same height, 5 feet long. This azure pillar of light represented the destiny of the astral world. Currently, the destiny of the astral world couldn't be assimilated by the participants. Only after the battle for destiny was over would the destiny of the astral world be assimilated into one's body. Zhen try to take Yi Xing and Yi Jianga's lives in the battle for destiny. The paramount king, Meng Tai, transmitted his voice to the little prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuanjun. Meng Yuanzhen was 23 years old this year, and his cultivation was at the 9th stage of the astral realm. He had always been cultivating in secret in the Great Yuan dynasty, and this was the first time he had revealed his brilliance to the outside world. Outsiders didn't know how strong Meng Yuanzhen was, but the paramount king, Meng Tai, knew that Meng Yuanzhen's heavenly fate decree wasn't the least bit inferior to the crown prince, Meng Yuanqing. Furthermore, his combat talent was even higher than Meng Yuanqing's. In the high level of the astral realm, Meng Yuanzhen had the strength to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than him. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Yi Xing and Yi Zhenghe. The paramount king, Meng Tai, had already determined who the Son of the Stars would belong to. Otherwise, how could he be at ease and allow the Demon Star of Chaos to participate in the heavenly fate decree? Right now, Yi Xing and Yi Zhenghe had both entered the top 10 of the heavenly fate rankings. As for who was the real Demon Star of Chaos, Meng Tai had no way to be 100% sure. However, he was certain that the Demon Star of Chaos was one of the two. As long as Yi Xing and Yi Zhenghe were dead, the Demon Star of Chaos would naturally be eliminated. As for killing one more person, it wasn't important to the paramount king, Meng Tai. Meng Yuanzhen nodded and swept a glance at Yi Xing and Yi Zhenghe, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In this stage of the battle, every genius of the younger generation would fight. Meng Yuanzhen, Yi Xing, and Yi Zhenghe would all encounter each other. Meng Yuanzhen was determined to kill the 2 of them in a single strike, not giving them the chance to be defeated. As a prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, he naturally knew about the Demon Star of Chaos. As a descendant of the Meng clan, Meng Yuanzhen wanted to kill anyone who threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. The battle for destiny is divided into 9 rounds. Each round has 5 battles. After each battle ends, rest for an hour before the first round begins. The voice from the array rang out once more. As the voice faded, Yi Xing was moved to the center of the array. Moving together with Yi Xing was a descendant of the great Meng clan, Meng Haokong. The descendants of the Meng clan were easy to recognize. Their clothes were embroidered with dragon patterns. The higher their status, the more dragon patterns they had. Meng Haokong had 7 dragon patterns embroidered on his clothes, proving that his status in the great Meng clan was extremely high. Even if he didn't become a king in the future, he would still be bestowed the title of king. Yi Xing and Meng Haokong were both enveloped by the 5 Zhang Blue destiny. Their eyes met. Yi Xing was calm, but Meng Haokong's eyes were filled with ferocity. Ant of the East Divine Continent. This young master will give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Meng Haokong glared at Yi Xing with a ferocious gaze. The Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. The martial artists of the Meng clan had a supreme status in the Star Continent. Under normal circumstances, even if a genius of the East Divine Continent managed to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree, they would have no choice but to obediently admit defeat after being threatened by a descendant of the Meng clan. Otherwise, if they angered the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, there would be no place for them in the Star Continent. But Yi Xing was no ordinary person. He was already prepared to fight against the Great Yuan dynasty. In my eyes, aren't you an ant as well? I will also give you a chance. Vomit blood and admit defeat. Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong with a faint smile as he spoke. Chapter 573. Hiss. In each of the arenas, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Yi Xing dared to call the great Meng royal family's genius juniors ants? Did he want to die? Although no one was allowed to fight in the Starry Sky Arena except for the battle space, it was impossible to stay in the Starry Sky Arena forever. If he angered the Meng royal family, where would he find shelter when he returned to the Star Continent? You're digging your own grave. Honorable Netherflame looked at Honorable Mo Jian with a gloating expression. Honorable Mo Jian's expression was normal. In the central arena, Yi Xing's words made the faces of the great Yuan dynasty's juniors turn cold. Meng Haokong was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Daiyuan dynasty. Yi Xing said that Meng Haokong was like an ant in his eyes. Then wouldn't these younger geniuses of the Daiyuan dynasty that had been eliminated be even more like ants? In the sky, Meng Haokong's anger was ignited in an instant, and a terrifying aura exploded. You want to do this the hard way. Kid, you're courting death. Meng Haokong shouted angrily, and a supreme-grade spiritual spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky, and turned into a golden star. It was the extreme grade of the metal element. Kill! Meng Haokong thrust out his spear, which flickered with golden light. A surging power that seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas blasted towards Yi Xing's supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Golden Shadow Stacked Spear. Meng Haokong's martial arts attainments were higher than Shi Lei's, and his supreme-grade spiritual weapon had reached the complete realm. He was stronger than many half-step honorables. Although he had not reached the stage of communicating with the power of the universe and controlling the Yuan Qi of the universe, his martial arts attainments and comprehension of the power of the universe were already at the peak of the half-step honorables. In the top 10 of the destiny list, other than Meng Yuanjun, no one else was worthy of Meng Haokong's attention. Yi Xing immediately took out the Dragon Blood Spear and performed the Wind Shadow Spear art. With a stab, layers of spear shadows clashed with the golden spear aura. Bang bang bang. With a series of explosions, the layers of spear shadows collapsed, and Yi Xing kept retreating. Yi Xing had a slightly surprised expression. That man was indeed much stronger than Shi Lei. In his current state, he was able to defeat Shi Lei. However, against Meng Haokong, he was at a disadvantage. Ant of the East Divine Continent, do you think that I, Meng Haokong, am as strong as Shi Lei, who came from a 2-star empire? Haha. It's too late, die. Meng Haokong's Spear Strike. Meng Haokong of the Golden Shadow Stack Spear art, and his strength to kill Yi Xing used the Wind Shadow Spear art. The Wind Shadow Spear art was at the perfection stage. The spear shadows were endless. No matter how fast Meng Haokong's attacks were, they were all blocked by Yi Xing. However, in terms of striking power, Yi Xing hadn't used his astrology, so he was indeed a level lower than Meng Haokong. Thus, in the fierce collision between the two, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage. I haven't even used my astrology, yet you can't defeat me in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're so excited about. Yi Xing lightly said, his tone full of sarcasm. Whoosh! As Yi Xing's voice fell, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a blazing star. Extreme grade flame astrology. The power of fire from the unity of heaven and man, combined with the flame astrology, could be displayed to its strongest state. Yi Xing displayed the Wind Shadow Spear art. Originally, this martial art only contained wind and darkness attributes. But as Yi Xing displayed it, it was covered in a layer of flames. Beneath the flame astrology, the power of fire completely overshadowed the wind and darkness attributes. Yi Xing's spear speed was incomparably fast, each spear faster than the previous one. Now that it contained the power of the flame astrology, its power skyrocketed. In an instant, Meng Haokong's attack was blocked by Yi Xing. Moreover, the layers of spear shadows covered in a layer of flames continuously destroyed the golden spear aura. The situation began to tilt in Yi Xing's favor. Die! Die! Meng Haokong was furious. He was a talented junior of the Meng royal family. In the entire Great Yuan dynasty, he thought that he was the only one who was inferior to Meng Yuanjun. He couldn't believe that he would lose to a junior of the East Divine Continent. Meng Haokong desperately pushed the astral aura, displaying his spear art to the limit. At the same time, he executed an extremely profound footwork, changing his position to attack Yi Xing. He wanted to reverse the situation and defeat Yi Xing. However, all of Meng Haokong's efforts were in vain. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. With every breath, the number of spear shadows in the void of the formation increased. In just a few breaths, the entire void of the formation was filled with Yi Xing's spear shadows. Meng Haokong's space to move became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could no longer dodge. You're defeated, Yi Xing shouted. His spear broke through Meng Haokong's defense and swept out with the Dragon Blood Spear. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the void. The Dragon Blood Spear swept out so fast that it formed a half-moon shape in the air. The airflow it carried turned into a ray of light. Meng Haokong was horrified. He wanted to withdraw his spear to block, but it was too late. His defense had been broken by Yi Xing naturally. Yi Xing wouldn't give him a chance to save himself. The only thing Meng Haokong could do was to push the astral aura to form a shield to protect himself. The Dragon Blood Spear fiercely lashed out at Meng Haokong's barrier, instantly shattering it. Bang! The Dragon Blood Spear collided with Meng Haokong's body, creating a loud explosion. Meng Haokong was immediately sent flying. Then, with another explosion, he crashed heavily into the void of the formation wall. Puff! Even with the top-grade spirit-level inner armor protecting his body and the astral aura protecting his body, the power of Yi Xing's spear still injured Meng Haokong. He couldn't help but vomit blood. The void of the formation instantly separated Yi Xing and Meng Haokong. The outcome of this battle had been decided. The 50 feet of destiny that shrouded Meng Haokong suddenly decreased by a tenth. This 5 feet of destiny was not blocked by the void of the formation wall. It turned into a blue airflow and integrated into Yi Xing's light pillar of destiny. Yi Xing's light pillar of destiny began to grow taller. It rose by 5 feet to 15 feet tall. The struggle for destiny was divided into 9 rounds. In each round, each martial artist only had a single battle. Yi Xing and Meng Haokong's battle ended and they returned to their original positions. Yi Xing smiled, but Meng Haokong was still angry. He glared at Yi Xing, as if he wanted to skin Yi Xing alive. Yi Xing, you dare to defeat me? Once we return to the Star Continent, you will know the consequences. Meng Haokong glared at Yi Xing and roared. As the martial artists saw this, they all sighed at Yi Xing's stubbornness. It wasn't easy for Meng Haokong to break into the top 10 of the Destiny Decree and obtain the destiny of the Star Continent. Why would he want to offend a genius of the great Meng royal family? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yi Xing looked at Meng Haokong, his voice filled with disdain as he said, "Tisese. Once we return to the Star Continent, you want to invite your uncles and grandfathers? A piece of trash like you who only knows how to rely on others can only do so much." Chapter 574. The monthly votes will be added starting tomorrow. Chocolate is going crazy, and the monthly votes will be added soon. Brothers, please support me. Yi Xing's words made Meng Haokong want to vomit blood. Trash? Meng Haokong was the number 2 genius of the Meng royal clan, and this was the first time he was called trash. Meng Haokong would never admit that he was trash. Bullshit. Meng Haokong, will deal with you personally and take your dog life. Meng Haokong said fiercely. He did have the idea of asking someone for help, but Yi Xing's words made him give up on the idea. Yi Xing smiled faintly. It did not matter whether Meng Haokong wanted to do it himself or hire someone else to do it. His goal was to become a son of the stars. Once he returned to the Star Continent, he would become a must-kill person in the Great Yuan dynasty. There were plenty of experts who wanted to kill him. The second pair was Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan. Both of them were juniors of the Middle Sky Continent. The difference was that one was a disciple of the Meng royal clan of the Dayuan dynasty, while the other was a disciple of the West Leaf Empire. Princess Xinlan, do you dare let Yi Weinan fight with all his strength? Yi Weinan asked Meng Xinlan with cupped fists. Meng Xinlan would definitely not let Yi Weinan go easy on her face. This way, even if Yi Weinan defeated Meng Xinlan would have no reason to blame him. Who wants you to go easy on me? Of course I'll fight with all my strength. Meng Xinlan said faintly. As a genius of the Meng royal clan, she was very confident in her own strength. How could she let others admit defeat to win? She needed a real victory to be happy. This was different from her and Meng Haokong. All right, Princess Xinlan, sorry for the offense. Yi Weinan apologized. As soon as he finished speaking, a top-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp sword aura. Like Yi Jianga, Yi Weinan was also an expert of the sword. The sharpness of his sword aura was not inferior to Yi Jianga's. 2 streaks of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Weinan and Meng Xinlan both used their astrology. At the same cultivation realm, at the same generation of geniuses, and at the same level of ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm, the difference in strength between them would not be too great. They would have to go all out in order to defeat their opponents. Whoosh! Yi Weinan waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, his silhouette disappeared. A beam of sword light tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Meng Xinlan. Meng Xinlan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wherever her feet passed, the air condensed and flowers bloomed. At the same time, Meng Xinlan pointed out with her finger, and an orchid flower shot out. It spun rapidly, slicing through the void as it shot towards Yi Weinan. Flying orchid spinning finger. Against the diffraction sword. The specialty of the diffraction sword of annihilation was its speed. Once the sword was unleashed, everything would be split into two. The specialty of the flying orchid spinning finger was its strangeness. Meng Xinlan's figure was erratic, and wherever her finger pointed, orchids would blossom. It looked extremely beautiful, but every single orchid was spinning rapidly and was incomparably sharp. It was definitely not inferior to the attack power of the sword aura. Bang 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 bang. The two of them attacked very quickly. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Sword light and flower shadows appeared everywhere. The two of them shuttled back and forth like flowing light. Ordinary geniuses of the younger generation could not even see their figures clearly. After 20 moves, Yi Weinan groaned miserably as a flying orchid flower hit his body. His clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade spirit-level inner armor underneath. The finger aura could not break through the inner armor, but the power contained within it still caused Yi Weinan to spit out blood and fly backwards. The formation instantly separated the two of them. Meng Xinlan was indeed a member of the Meng royal family. She was extremely powerful and won this battle. 1/10 of Yi Weinan's light beam of providence instantly disappeared. It turned into a green stream of air and entered Meng Xinlan's light beam of providence, causing it to grow taller. It was now 15 feet tall. Yi Weinan returned to his original position. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cupped his fists. Princess Xinlan is indeed powerful. I, Yi Weinan, concede defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Meng Xinlan smiled. She was in a good mood. Another two people were moved to the center of the formation. The third battle was between Wei Qingxian and Duan Xueqing. Wei Qingxian, a junior genius of the East Divine Continent. Duan Xueqing, a junior genius of the Great Yuan Dynasty. In terms of background, Duan Xueqing was clearly much higher. In terms of cultivation, Duan Xueqing was even a venerable 9-star. In this battle, other than Yi Xing, whether it was the seniors or juniors, all the martial artists believed that Duan Xueqing would win. Yi Xing was very confident in Wei Qingxian. He knew that Wei Qingxian was the same as him. They both had big secrets. If they really fought, Yi Xing did not have absolute confidence in beating her. East Divine Continent Zixuan. Please enlighten me. Wei Qingxian cupped her fists and said, Little sister Zixuan is so pretty. Be careful. Big sister will not hold back. Don't get hurt. Duan Xueqing smiled and was full of confidence. As she spoke, Duan Xueqing's surroundings were suddenly covered in frost. Ice and snow floated in the air. A cold aura was emitted and turned into white gas. Like Wei Qingxian, she was an ice-attributed martial artist. Wei Qingxuan's expression was normal. She also emitted an extremely cold aura. In an instant, the entire formation space was covered in frost. Both of them were ice-attributed. In terms of aura, neither could do anything to the other. Ice Dragon's 9 swords. Duan Xueqing shouted coldly and executed the Duan family's supreme-grade spiritual martial arts. She did not have a sword in her hand. However, as her hand seals changed, the icy astral energy exploded and formed an Ice Dragon Sword Qi. The Ice Dragon Sword Qi was extremely cold. Furthermore, it contained a sharp aura. Wherever it passed, the air would shatter and be sliced into countless pieces. Fluttering snow palm. Wei Qingxian was as cold as ice. She struck out with her snow-white palm. Snow fell from the sky. The icy palm print brought along an extremely cold wind and whistled forward. Transformative stage fluttering snow palm. It collided with the perfected 9 swords of the Ice Dragon. Both shattered. In terms of martial arts attainments, Wei Qingxian was a notch higher. Moreover, Wei Qingxian had also comprehended the great accomplishment of the force of ice and the unity of heaven and man. Even though her cultivation was inferior to Duan Xueqing's, her strength was not inferior at all. Bang 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 bang. The Ice Dragon Sword Qi and fluttering snow palm print continuously collided. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged a few blows and were evenly matched. The spectating martial artists were all shocked. Another 8-star venerable was able to fight evenly with a 9-star venerable. This meant that Wei Qingxian had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Just like Yi Xing and Yi Jianga, she could challenge those of a higher level. Duan Xueqing was surprised and secretly frowned. She never expected that Wei Qingxuan's strength was not inferior to hers. If I don't use my astrology, I have no hope of winning. I don't believe that her astrology can be compared to mine. Duan Xueqing thought to herself and immediately used her astrology. Starlight shot into the sky and turned into an ice star. It was an extreme grade astrology. The power of the ice element astrology fell. Duan Xueqing's cold aura became stronger and her strength multiplied. Whoosh! Wei Qingxian used her astrology at the same time. The cold aura exploded. It was also an ice element astrology and was not inferior to Duan Xueqing's. Chapter 575. Even with the same level of astrology, there were differences in strength. Wei Qingxuan's frost astrology was obviously more powerful than Duan Xueqing's. Before she used her astrology, the two of them were evenly matched. Once she used her astrology, the situation immediately changed. Under the frost astrology, Wei Qingxuan's strength skyrocketed. The frost palm brought along an extremely cold wind and forced Duan Xueqing to retreat. After 10 moves, Duan Xueqing retreated to the edge of the array. Behind her was the array wall, and she had nowhere to go. Duan Xueqing was forced back by the terrifying power of the Snowdrift Divine Palm. Her body crashed into the array wall, and blood flowed out of her mouth. She lost this battle. Whoosh! The Providence light pillar that enveloped Duan Xueqing was instantly reduced by 5 feet. It turned into a current of air and entered Wei Qingxuan's Providence light pillar. Wei Qingxuan's light pillar of Providence expanded to 5 feet and 5 feet. The two of them returned to their original positions, and 2 more were moved to the center of the array. The fourth battle was between the North Tranquil Continent's junior genius, Yi Jianga, and the Daiyuan dynasty's junior genius, Zhou Haoge. Yi Jianga, 7-star venerable. Zhou Haoge, 9-star venerable. They were both juniors of the royal families, and they were all experts among the half-step honorable realm. All the martial artists were instantly energized. Yi Xing was also a 7-star venerable, and his opponent, Shi Lei, was also a 9-star venerable. In the end, Yi Xing revealed his true cultivation as a stage 8 astral realm cultivator to defeat Shi Lei. Yi Jianga's performance was heaven-defying, and she wasn't any weaker than Yi Xing. Was there any hope for her to win against 9-star venerable? If there was, how could Yi Jianga win? In the eyes of the martial artists, it was impossible for a 7-star venerable to defeat a 9-star venerable. Unless Yi Jianga's true cultivation was at stage 8 astral realm like Yi Xing. In the sky, Yi Jianga and Zhou Haoge stood facing each other. They looked at each other, and their auras were shocking. Yi Jianga's aura was as sharp as a peerless sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness. Zhou Haoge's aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was surrounded by earth energy and did not move an inch. The Zhou clan was a king clan, and their ultimate technique was the Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi was split into the Minor Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi and the Major Heavenly Cycle Astral Qi. The Lesser Heavenly Cycle Gang Qi was a spirit tier martial art. Its Gang Qi was like a flood dragon. De Zhou Tian Gang Qi, a black grade martial art, the Gang Qi was like a dragon. Zhou Haoge's Minor Dipper Heavenly Dipper Qi had already been cultivated to an extremely profound level. A gigantic Jiao Qi coiled around his body. Its back claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's waist while its front claws grabbed onto Zhou Haoge's shoulders. The Jiao Qi's head was raised above Zhou Haoge's head. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Even though Yi Jianga had an innate sword physique and possessed heaven-defying battle prowess, she still had to face Zhou Haoge with a grave expression. Zhou Haoge's flood dragon aura protected his body with a heaven-shaking might. It was almost flawless, which made Yi Jianga feel troubled. Yi Jianga, bring it on! Zhou Haoge shouted. Yi Jianga's cultivation was 2 realms lower than his, so he gave Yi Jianga the chance to make the first move. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in Yi Jianga's hand, causing his sword aura to become even sharper. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly became one with the sword, turning into a sword light and disappearing in a flash. In the next moment, a sword light sliced the air in half and appeared behind Zhou Haoge in an instant. Previously, Yi Jianga had relied on such an attack to defeat Liang Long with a counterattack. Unfortunately, Liang Long was only an 8-star venerable master and his strength was far from Zhou Haoge's. When the sword light appeared behind Zhou Haoge immediately sensed it. The Jiao Qi coiling around his body instantly moved and swung out its claws. Bang! The Jiao Qi's claws grabbed onto the Jiao Qi in an instant. The Jiao Qi's claws exploded and sparks flew. This sharp sword was actually blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. At the same time, Zhou Haoge turned around and struck out with his palm. Another Jiao Qi shot out from his palm and rushed towards Yi Zhonghe. This Jiao Qi was smaller than the one coiling around Zhou Haoge, but its power was still terrifying. Yi Zhonghe's body flickered like a sword light and instantly retreated, dodging the small Jiao Qi's attack. Whoosh! Yi Zhonghe's body moved like a sword. Like a flickering sword light, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it dodged the small Jiao Qi's attack and counterattacked. Bang! The Jiao Qi coiling around Zhou Haoge's body reacted quickly. No matter how fast Yi Zhonghe's speed was, it was blocked by the Jiao Qi's claws. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Yi Zhonghe had already attacked 10 times. However, before the tip of the sword could land on Zhou Haoge's body, it was repulsed. Otherwise, if it was a moment slower, it would have been hit by Zhou Haoge's small Jiao Qi and be injured. You're stronger than I expected. I didn't want to use astrology to defeat you, but it seems that it's too troublesome. Let's end this battle quickly. Zhou Haoge shouted. In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. He had used astrology. At the same time, Zhou Haoge took a step forward and moved, displaying Wei Tao's exquisite footwork. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Jiao Qi's body twisted, increasing Zhou Haoge's speed to the extreme. Like a shadow, he took the initiative to attack Yi Zhonghe. Every time Zhou Haoge punched out, there would be a small flood dragon aura that contained a terrifying amount of power shooting forward. Under the extreme level of astrology, Zhou Haoge's strength was multiplied and his speed was even faster. When the Jiao Qi attacked, its terrifying power forced Yi Zhonghe to retreat. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Zhonghe had also used astrology. The golden light was resplendent. It was the metal element astrology. What surprised the crowd was that Yi Zhonghe's astrology was only at the high level. Even the top 100 of the heavenly fate ranking mostly had extreme level astrology. Yi Zhonghe's astrology was only at the high level. It could be said that his astrology was at the low level. Yi Zhonghe's astrology was far inferior to Zhou Haoge's extreme level astrology. It couldn't reverse his disadvantage. It's only at the high level astrology. How is this possible? What a pity, such good talent, but such an ordinary astrology. Many martial artists sighed, feeling very surprised. Haha. So your astrology is only at the high level. Zhou Haoge laughed and said, but it doesn't matter. Even if you have an extreme level astrology, you will still lose. As he spoke, Zhou Haoge's attacks became faster and more Jiao Qi were shot out. At the same time, other than the Jiao Qi that coiled around his body, there were a total of 8 Jiao Qi that danced in the air. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Zhonghe from all directions, occupying almost half of the array space. Even though Yi Zhonghe's swordsmanship was godly, he was still a little flustered and kept retreating. However, Yi Zhonghe's eyes were calm. His hands were flustered and his heart was calm. Soon, Yi Zhonghe retreated to the edge of the array space. Behind him was the void array wall and there was no way to retreat. You're defeated. Zhou Haoge shouted and his aura exploded to the limit. The 8 Jiao Qi attacked Yi Zhonghe at the same time. Chapter 576. At the same time, Yi Zhonghe's aura skyrocketed. He was originally in the 7th stage of the astral star realm, but he suddenly broke through and stepped into the 8th stage of the astral star realm. This wasn't an explosion of cultivation after the seal was removed, but a sudden breakthrough in his cultivation. Although the two looked similar, a cultivator could tell the difference between a breakthrough and the exposure of one's cultivation. Yi Zhonghe's breakthrough in the middle of the battle to become an 8-star realm venerable was out of everyone's expectations. As an innate sword physique, the higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength would be. Yi Zhonghe's sword aura skyrocketed in an instant. That terrifying aura shocked all the younger generation. Whoosh! Yi Zhonghe swung her sword horizontally. Sword light flashed, like a dazzling white light, streaking across the surroundings. The 8 draconic dragons were all cut in half by the sword light. What? Zhou Haoge was horrified and immediately retreated. Yi Jianga's cultivation had broken through, and her strength had increased tremendously. Even though Zhou Haoge was a genius of venerable 9 stars younger generation, and his combat strength was in the upper tier among half-step honorable realm experts, he still felt his heart palpitate when facing Yi Jianga. I'm just a little bit away from the 8th stage of the astral star realm. I didn't feel any pressure in the previous battles, but I couldn't cross the last bit. Zhou Haoge, you're the only one who forced me to surpass my limits. I have to thank you. Yi Jianga wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. He held his supreme-grade spiritual artifact and slowly walked towards Zhou Haoge. The powerful sword aura condensed into a huge sword shadow, enveloping Yi Jianga. Wherever he went, the surrounding air currents would be sliced apart like a mirror. The sharpness of the sword aura was terrifying. Looking at Yi Jianga, Zhou Haoge's aura crumbled. In just a few breaths' time, Yi Jianga's aura had completely suppressed Zhou Haoge. Zhou Haoge furrowed his brows. He didn't want Yi Jianga's gratitude. Allowing Yi Jianga's cultivation to break through was a complete accident. If he was given another chance, he would have cut the Gordian knot and used 120% of his strength to defeat Yi Jianga with lightning speed. Unfortunately, there was no if. Zhou Haoge's eyes were filled with hatred. He snorted. You've broken through and you're indeed powerful. Not many half-step venerable realm are your opponents. However, I won't let you win so easily. Yi Jianga smiled and said, my breakthrough is because of you. Don't worry, I won't let you lose too badly. Hearing Yi Jianga's words, Zhou Haoge's face was filled with displeasure. Sword! At this moment, Yi Jianga let out a clear cry. She waved the treasured sword in her hand and a dazzling white sword ray instantly shot out. The seemingly casual slash was actually executed through the body of the sword. His swordsmanship had reached the acme of perfection, resulting in a terrifying might. The sharpness of the sword aura was so sharp that even the astral aura of a half-martial highness realm expert could not resist it. Heavenly domains, swords Yi Jianga's Yi. However, under Yi Jianga's sword aura, the 8 astral beams were instantly cut into 2. Wherever the sword aura passed, the cut area was as smooth as a mirror. Zhou Haoge executed his footwork and barely dodged the sword intent. Before he could launch another attack, Yi Jianga's second attack had already arrived. Take my sword! Take my sword! Every time Yi Jianga made a move, he would remind Zhou Xuanji. However, Yi Jianga's speed was too fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light arrived. If Zhou Haoge were to judge the sword force from his voice, he would not be able to make it in time. With every swing of her sword, Zhou Haoge's attack was instantly split apart by the sword ray. In just a few swings, the gigantic Jiao Qi outside Zhou Haoge's body was also cut into pieces by Yi Jianga's Jiao Qi. After Yi Jianga's 10th sword strike, the astral energy surrounding Zhou Haoge's body was completely split apart. The sharp radiance from the astral energy slashed onto Zhou Haoge's body, instantly tearing his clothes apart. A clear white mark appeared on Zhou Haoge's inner armor after being struck by the astral sword. His body was instantly pushed back by the force of the astral sword. Part of the sharp sword qi penetrated the inner armor and entered Zhou Haoge's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Haoge spat out a mouthful of blood. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. The formation separated the two of them. Zhou Haoge's Providence Light Pillar suddenly disappeared by 5 feet. It turned into a stream of air and entered Yi Jianga's Providence Light Pillar. After Yi Xing, Meng Xinlan, and Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianga's Providence Light Pillar was the 4th to reach 5.5 feet. The battle for Providence this time is really fierce. Monstrous geniuses that are rarely seen in thousands of years have appeared one after another. Yi Xing, Zi Xian, and Yi Jianga, the 3 8-star venerables, actually defeated the 9-star venerables' genius opponents in the battle for Providence. Such a grand occasion has never been seen in the history of the Star Continent. In the arena below, the cultivators from various continents were sighing with emotion. Yi Jianga and Zhou Haoge returned to their original positions. The two who had yet to appear in the first round of battle were moved to the center by the formation's power. Both of them were geniuses of the great Yuan dynasty's younger generation. One of them was the Yi royal clan's younger generation, Yi Rulong, while the other was the great Yuan dynasty's prince, Meng Yuanzhen. Yi Rulong and Meng Yuanzhen, in the battle for the top 10 of the Destiny list, had easily defeated their opponents in the same group. They did not reveal their true strength. The other cultivators could not judge how high their strength was. Both of them were the younger generation of the Great Yuan dynasty, the younger generation of the 9-star venerables. In the eyes of the other cultivators, this was another fierce battle. For this battle, I admit defeat. To the surprise of the other cultivators, Yi Rulong directly admitted defeat in the face of Meng Yuanjun. As he spoke, Yi Rulong raised his palm and was about to give himself a palm strike to injure himself and vomit blood. Wait! Meng Yuanjun casually waved his hand and stopped Yi Rulong's action. He said, "Do I, Meng Yuanjun, need others to admit defeat to win? Yi Rulong, use your astrology and exert your strength to the limit. If you dare to give in, this prince will not forgive you." Meng Yuanjun's character was completely opposite to Meng Haokong's. Meng Haokong liked others to admit defeat directly, but Meng Yuanjun did not allow others to admit defeat. Moreover, he wanted his opponent to go all out and exert their strength to the limit. Otherwise, he would fly into a rage. Yi Rulong nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go all out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Rulong's aura erupted. A ray of starlight soared into the sky and turned into a flashing star. It was the lightning attribute's extreme grade astrology. The lightning attribute's astrology was extremely rare. In terms of attack power, the lightning attribute's astrology overshadowed the others and could be said to be number one. Yi Rulong's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held a top-grade spirit spear in his hand. His aura surged, surpassing any of the previous geniuses. Even Meng Haokong, who was at the peak of the half-step venerable realm, was inferior to Yi Rulong in terms of aura. Chapter 577. Meng Yuanjun looked at Yi Rulong indifferently and said, "Very well, as this prince's opponent, you have to be crushed by me in your strongest state." Meng Yuanjun's aura erupted, and the surrounding void airflow was pulled by an invisible force, surging like a storm, revolving around Meng Yuanjun. When the martial artists heard Meng Yuanjun's words, they were all surprised. Crush. Meng Yuanjun did not say defeat, but crush. The word crush could only be used to describe a situation where there was a great disparity in strength. Crushing meant that one could defeat one's opponent as easily as crushing dry weeds. Both of them were venerable 9 stars, and Yi Rulong's aura was surging. His strength was definitely not low, no less than Meng Haokong. If Meng Yuanjun could crush Yi Rulong, what kind of strength would that be? Crush? Haha. Your Highness Yuanjun, do you know what crushing is? When Yi Rulong heard Meng Yuanjun's words, his face turned green, and he was very unhappy. Yi Rulong's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was one of the best among the younger generation of the Middle Sky continent. As for Meng Yuanjun, although mysterious, he did not have a strong battle record. Yi Rulong did not believe that the other party had the strength to crush him. "Then you judge whether or not I'm crushing you," Meng Yuanjun said. As soon as his voice fell, Meng Yuanjun suddenly rushed forward, his figure turning into a straight line as he rushed towards Yi Rulong. Fast, his speed was too fast. Going straight, rampaging, without the slightest factor affecting his speed, this was the fastest speed. Meng Yuanjun instantly appeared in front of Yi Rulong and blasted out a punch. Boom! The void exploded, and the void in front of him was instantly squeezed, and the tip of the fist flickered. The momentum of this punch was like the collapse of the sky, a tsunami, and a landslide. It was much more terrifying than a half-step venerable activating a trace of the world's origin energy. Yi Rulong's expression changed in an instant. But as a top genius among the venerable 9 stars, his reaction was extremely fast, and the treasure spear in his hand bloomed with a bright light. The treasure spear swept horizontally, and a defensive spear move was displayed. Boom! With a loud bang, a bright light burst out from the point of collision, instantly drowning the entire array formation, turning it into a white light. Bang! Almost at the same time, there was another explosion. In just a breath's time, the burst of dazzling light disappeared, and the scene in the void array fell into the eyes of the cultivators. Meng Yuanjun stood at the place where he collided with Yi Rulong without moving, while Yi Rulong's body had retreated far to the rear of the void array wall. His whole body was stuck to the void array wall. Under the gazes of all the cultivators present, Yi Rulong clung to the void array for a full breath of time before the impact seemed to dissipate and his body slid down. Poof! Yi Rulong had just landed on the ground of the array formation when he could no longer suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Yi Rulong was defeated by Meng Yuanjun in one move. Furthermore, Meng Yuanjun did not use his astrology, but Yi Rulong did. His strength was at its strongest. Meng Yuanjun was right. He had indeed crushed Yi Rulong. If this wasn't crushing, then what was? The void array wall separated the two in an instant. Yi Rulong's light pillar of providence instantly disappeared by 1/10, turning into a cyan airflow that was injected into Meng Yuanjun's qi. Meng Yuanjun became the fifth person whose light pillar of providence had grown to 15 feet. But what was shocking was not the growth of Meng Yuanjun's light pillar of providence, but the terrifying strength that Meng Yuanjun had displayed. In the previous battles, Meng Yuanjun had casually defeated all his opponents. His strength had never been revealed, but this time, he deliberately revealed his edge, causing all the cultivators to be dumbfounded and shocked in their hearts. With such terrifying strength, it was easy for him to sweep away a half-step venerable. All the cultivators instantly knew that this year's Son of the Stars would definitely be Meng Yuanjun. Whether it was a monstrous genius like Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, or Yi Zhenge, all of them had heaven-defying combat strength. In the high astral realm, they could still maintain a terrifying combat strength that allowed them to defeat opponents 2 realms higher than them. However, in the hearts of the cultivators, Yi Xing and the other two couldn't be compared to Meng Yuanjun. Meng Yuanjun had defeated Yi Rulong, who was in his strongest state, in one move without using astrology. It was completely clear that Meng Yuanjun's ability to challenge opponents above his realm was also extremely abnormal, not inferior to Yi Xing and the other two. Meng Yuanjun also had heaven-defying combat strength that allowed him to defeat opponents 2 realms higher than him. Right now, he was a 9-star venerable, while Yi Xing and the other two were 8-star venerables. There was a huge disparity in their combat strength. Meng Yuanjun's strength is too frightening. He didn't even use astrology to crush Yi Rulong, and his strength hasn't completely erupted. Unless an astral-reaching venerable makes a move, who can be his opponent? In this year's genius selection, there are actually 4 heaven-defying monstrous geniuses who can defeat opponents 2 realms higher than them. What kind of golden age is this? It's a miracle in history. What a pity, what a pity. With so many heaven-defying monstrous geniuses, I thought that this genius selection would break Great Yuan Dynasty's monopoly on the destiny list. Who would have thought that the Meng clan would also produce such a heaven-defying monstrous genius? Moreover, his cultivation is even higher than the other 3 monstrous geniuses. The heavens are protecting Great Yuan Dynasty. All the cultivators felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping through their hearts. Each and every one of them sighed with emotion. In the sky, Yi Rulong's expression was aghast as he looked at Meng Yuanjun. His face was filled with fear, and even some fear. As for Meng Yuanjun, his expression was the same as usual, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, faintly revealing traces of arrogance. The two were sent back to their original places, and a voice resounded from the array. The first round is over. The second round will begin in an hour. Meng Yuanjun's gaze swept past the other 9 geniuses in the sky, and paused for a second on Yi Xing and Yi Zhenge. Meng Yuanjun didn't put the other 9 geniuses in his eyes. He retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged with a grave expression, closing his eyes to rest. Yi Xing's gaze met with Wei Qingxuan's not far away. Both of them had astonishment in their eyes. They were very surprised by Meng Yuanjun's strength, and both of them regarded Meng Yuanjun as a great enemy. Yi Zhenge's gaze imperceptibly glanced at Meng Yuanjun before closing her eyes to rest. Clearly, she was also deeply afraid of Meng Yuanjun. As for the other geniuses of the younger generation, their eyes were filled with fear when facing Meng Yuanjun. Meng Yuanjun's iceberg of strength had stunned all the geniuses of the younger generation. Even Yi Xing, who had only revealed the iceberg of strength, felt a lot of pressure from Meng Yuanjun. Although he was already prepared, it wouldn't be that easy for him to become a Son of the Stars this time. Chapter 578. The rest is over. The second round begins. Half an hour later, the voice in the formation echoed on time. Yi Xing was one of the first 2 to be moved to the center of the array. The other was Zhou Haoge. Seeing that his opponent was Yi Xing, Zhou Haoge was stunned. It was another 8-star upper realm genius. In the first round, Zhou Haoge lost to Yi Zhanghe. He was extremely depressed. He was a genius of the younger generation of the Daiyuan dynasty, a proud son of the Qing clan. He didn't want to be defeated again and again. Zhou Haoge's eyes were firm and filled with battle intent. He was determined to defeat Yi Xing and restore his reputation. Heavenly Cycle Gang Qi. Wind Shadow Spear Art. The two of them did not say much. Soon, they unleashed their supreme-grade spiritual martial arts and attacked at the same time. As they attacked, they both used their astrology. Zhou Haoge's Flood Dragon Aura was unleashed. 8 Flood Dragon Aura danced in the air with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. However, Yi Xing's attack was even more terrifying. As the Dragon Blood Spear stabbed out, the sky was filled with spear shadows in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the power of the spear shadows was extremely terrifying. The 8 Flood Dragon Aura were all shattered upon contact. What? Zhou Haoge was shocked. It was already terrifying for him to encounter Yi Zhanghe. However, Yi Xing's strength was not inferior to Yi Zhanghe's. Swish! 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 Yi Xing stabbed out with the Dragon Blood Spear in his hand. Using speed against speed, the densely packed Flood Dragon Aura attacked Zhou Haoge from all directions. Zhou Haoge unleashed his strength to the limit. However, he could not block Yi Xing's attack. In less than 10 moves, he was hit by Yi Xing's spear. His body flew out and crashed into the void array wall. He spat out blood. Zhou Haoge was defeated. The void array wall separated the two instantly. Zhou Haoge's Providence Light Pillar was reduced by another 5 feet. On the other hand, Yi Xing's Providence Light Pillar increased by another 5 feet. It was now 6 feet tall. Zhou Haoge's Light Pillar of Providence was much fainter than when it was 15 meters tall. On the other hand, Yi Xing's Light Pillar of Providence was a little darker than when it was 15 meters tall. It seemed that the higher the Light Pillar of Providence, the deeper the color, and the stronger the providence. The result of this battle was within the expectations of all the cultivators. Meng Haokong's strength was extremely powerful, and he was famous in the Great Yuan dynasty. He was stronger than Zhou Haoge, not weaker. Yi Xing had defeated Meng Hao in the first round. Therefore, other than Meng Yuanjun and Wei Qingxian and Yi Zhanghe, who were equally powerful, the other venerable 9 stars geniuses would most likely lose to him. The geniuses of the second team were Yi Zhanghe and Duan Xueqing. Yi Zhanghe's strength was indeed powerful. Duan Xueqing's 9 swords of the Ice Dragon was suppressed by Yi Zhanghe's sword force and was forced to retreat bit by bit. Wherever the sword light passed, the frosty air would turn into nothingness. In less than 10 moves, Yi Zhanghe defeated Duan Xueqing as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Like Zhou Haoge, Duan Xueqing suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and her Light Pillar of Providence was reduced to 40 meters. Yi Zhanghe followed in Yi Xing's footsteps, and her Light Pillar of Providence reached 60 meters. The geniuses of the third team were Yi Weinan and Yi Rulong. Both of them were geniuses with the surname Yi, and both of them were venerable 9 stars. In the eyes of all the cultivators, the two of them should be about the same strength. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, all the cultivators were shocked. Yi Rulong's spear technique was like a dragon, and it was unstoppable. The moment he made his move, his might shook the heavens, and he gained the upper hand. After more than 10 moves, the battle ended. Yi Rulong won this battle with an overwhelming advantage. He won back the 5 feet of providence that he lost in the previous round, and his Light Pillar of Providence became 50 meters again. As for Yi Weinan, he suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and his Light Pillar of Providence was reduced to 40 meters. Yi Rulong was very strong. This was the intuition of all the cultivators. However, the stronger Yi Rulong was, the more shocked the cultivators were. Meng Yuanjun was able to defeat Yi Rulong in 1 move, and this meant that Meng Yuanjun's strength was even more heaven-defying. The 4th match, Wei Qingxian versus Meng Xinlan. In the previous 3 matches, the two of them either won 1 and lost 1 in the first round, or they were both losers. However, Wei Qingxian and Meng Xinlan were both winners in the first round. In the first round, Wei Qingxian defeated Duan Xueqing, and Meng Xinlan defeated Yi Weinan. This round was a clash of the strong. Divine Fluttering Snow Palm. Orchid Whirling Finger. The two of them made their moves, and it was a beautiful sight. One of them was a sky full of snow, while the other was a finger that was like a flower. Wei Qingxuan's steps were like ice lotuses, and the sky was full of snowflakes. The cold air was extremely cold, and the moment Meng Xinlan's orchid whirling finger appeared, it was covered in a layer of ice. Whether it was power or speed, it was reduced by a level. However, Meng Xinlan's strength was extraordinary, and she was at the top of half-step supremacies. Even though the power of her orchid whirling finger was suppressed, she was still evenly matched with Wei Qingxian. The two of them exchanged palms and fingers, and their figures shuttled back and forth. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Just as some people were speculating how long this evenly matched battle would last, the cold air in the void of the array suddenly became stronger. The supreme-grade spirit weapon, Icicle Edge Sword, appeared in Wei Qingxuan's hand. The martial art she used changed from the divine fluttering snow palm to the ice condensation sword technique. The ice condensation sword technique was Wei Qingxuan's most powerful martial art. In an instant, Wei Qingxuan's aura became several times sharper, and her attack power rose rapidly. With a wave of her sword, the ice sword aura shot to the end of the void of the array. The power of the icy star aspect, icy force, icy star aura, and icy star aura merged perfectly with the power of the ice martial art. Wei Qingxuan's strength rose to an even higher state, and she was like an ice goddess, with a layer of ice armor forming outside her body. Wherever she went, the void would freeze with her as the center. That extreme cold made Meng Xinlan shiver, and her strength was severely suppressed. As one fell and the other rose, the situation changed greatly in an instant. After using the ice condensation sword technique, Meng Xinlan was defeated in just a few moves. Meng Xinlan's Providence Light Beam retreated to 15 meters, while Wei Qingxian won 2 consecutive battles, and her Providence Light Beam increased to 60 meters. After the battle, the martial artists were amazed. They thought that Wei Qingxian was weaker than Yi Xing and Yi Zhenghe, the two abnormal people. But now, it seemed that Wei Qingxuan's battle power was not inferior to the two of them. The 3 8-star venerables all had abnormal battle power. Wei Qingxian and Meng Xinlan were moved to their original positions in the air. Wei Qingxuan's cold air dissipated, and she kept her icicle edge sword. She looked as beautiful as a fairy, and it was hard to imagine that such a beautiful appearance actually contained such terrifying power. The last battle of the second round was between Meng Yuanzhen and Meng Haokong. There was no doubt about the result. Meng Haokong wanted to admit defeat, but Meng Yuanzhen wouldn't allow it. He was defeated by Meng Yuanzhen in one move when his strength was at its strongest. It was another gorgeous strike, and it shocked all the martial artists. Meng Yuanzhen's super-strong battle power successfully attracted the attention of all the martial artists. Even if the 3 8-star venerables, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Zhenghe, were monstrous and heaven-defying, they would still be suppressed by Meng Yuanzhen. It's the end of the month, please vote. Chapter 579. After an hour of rest, the third round of battles began. Yi Xing was still the first to go up. His opponent was Duan Xueqing. This was a battle without any suspense. The final result was as expected. Yi Xing won and his Providence Light Pillar grew to 25 feet. Duan Xueqing lost 3 rounds in a row and her Providence Light Pillar decreased to 45 feet. In the second group of the third round, Yi Zhenghe and Meng Xinlan went up. Meng Xinlan lost to Wei Qingxian in the second round. Naturally, she lost more than she won against Yi Zhenghe. After more than 10 moves, Meng Xinlan lost and her Providence Light Pillar decreased to 55 feet. Yi Zhenghe's Providence Light Pillar followed closely behind Yi Xing and grew to 25 feet. In the third group of the third round, Yi Weinan fought against Meng Haokong. Meng Haokong won. In the fourth group of the third round, Wei Qingxian fought against Yi Rulong. There was no suspense in the first 3 matches. The results were within the expectations of the cultivators. However, the battle between Wei Qingxian and Yi Rulong was a little difficult to judge. Although Yi Rulong lost to Meng Yuanzhen, he easily defeated Yi Weinan in the second round. This proved his strength. Among the younger generation of the 9-star venerables, other than Meng Yuanzhen, there was almost no one who could match him. Fluttering Snow Palm. Flying Dragon Spear Art. Wei Qingxuan's cold qi was oppressive. She struck out with her palm. Wherever the cold wind passed, snowflakes would flutter and frost would appear. Yi Rulong's supreme-grade spiritual weapon was like a huge dragon in his hand. Wherever the spear aura passed, the frost would shatter and the cold chi would disappear. His spear art was bold and powerful. Once it was formed, it was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Wei Qingxuan's fluttering snow palm had no advantage against Yi Rulong. However, Wei Qingxian was not at her strongest state when she used fluttering snow palm. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Wei Qingxian took out her icicle sword and used ice condensation sword art. Whoosh! With a swing of his sword, a frosty sword energy shot out. Wherever the sword energy passed, it left an ice scar in the void. Cold chi condensed and did not dissipate. The momentum of Yi Rulong's spear technique was instantly cut apart by the cold ice sword aura. For a moment, the surrounding cold chi became heavier and heavier, and Yi Rulong was powerless to disperse it. Heaven-sealing frost. Soaring dragon. The two of them unleashed their ultimate moves. Wei Qingxuan's ice sword aura was about to seal the sky, while Yi Rulong stabbed out with his spear. His spear aura was like a flying dragon, about to sweep across the horizon. Bang 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 bang. Cold ice sword aura and flying dragon spear aura collided non-stop, causing a series of explosions. The flying dragon spear aura was gradually covered with a layer of frost and was gradually frozen by the ice sword aura. In just a few breaths, it had turned into an ice dragon. The extreme cold spread along the flying dragon spear aura. Yi Rulong's arm that was holding the spear was instantly covered in white frost. The extremely cold aura entered his body through his arm, causing him to shiver. Whoosh! Yi Rulong saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated. The cold chi was too fierce, and when it entered his body, it caused his blood and chi to turn cold. 100 miles of ice. Wei Qingxian took a step forward, and ice lotuses formed under her feet. She swung her sword, and the ice sword aura shot out along the ice edge. It was several times faster than Yi Rulong's retreating speed. Kill! Yi Rulong circulated his astral energy to the maximum and unleashed a powerful attack. Only then did he manage to shatter the ice sword aura. However, his entire body was affected by the cold chi and was covered with a layer of frost. The cold chi inside and outside of his body resonated with each other and froze at the same time. It almost froze his blood and chi. Yi Rulong retreated all the way to the end of the void formation. His back was against the void formation's wall before he stopped. He circulated his astral energy with all his might to refine the cold chi. Wei Qingxian did not continue to attack. She withdrew her sword and stood there. In just a breath's time, the frost on Yi Rulong's body disappeared. He seemed to be fine. However, in the next moment, puff! Yi Rulong spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was condensed into fragments, and the cold chi was oppressive. Yi Rulong was indeed fine. He had forced the cold chi out of his body. However, at the same time, he had also suffered some injuries. When he forced out the cold chi, he spat out blood at the same time. Yi Rulong had lost this battle. Yi Rulong's light pillar of providence was reduced to 15 feet. Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing, and Yi Zhang's light pillar of providence was increased to 15 feet. The final battle of the third round was between Meng Yuanjun and Zhou Haoge. Zhou Haoge had been defeated by Yi Xing and Yi Zhang. He was at a disadvantage against Meng Yuanjun. Meng Yuanjun still attacked aggressively. When Zhou Haoge's strength was unleashed to the limit, Meng Yuanjun defeated Zhou Haoge in one move. Zhou Haoge's 9 flood dragon aura was shattered by Meng Yuanjun's punch. Then, his body was blasted back in an instant and hung on the void formation's wall. After 2 breaths, he fell down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Yuanjun was like a finale. He was always the last to appear in every round. He crushed his opponent with lightning speed and his light pillar of providence had also increased to 15 feet. After an hour of rest, the 4th round of battles began. Yi Xing was still in the first group. The order was as follows: Yi Xing against Meng Xinlan in the first round, Yi Zhang against Yi Rulong in the second round, Wei Qingxian against Meng Haokong in the third round, Yi Weinan against Zhou Haoge in the 4th round, and Meng Yuanjun against Duan Xueqing in the 5th round. This round of battles ended very quickly. Other than the fierce battle between Yi Zhang and Yi Rulong, there was no suspense in the rest of the battles. In the first round, Yi Xing won and his light pillar of providence increased to 20 feet. In the second round, Yi Zhong'e and Yi Rulong exchanged more than 10 moves. In the end, Yi Zhong'e won and won. Currently, Yi Xing, Yi Zhong'e, and Wei Qingxuan's strength were about the same. It was hard to tell who was better. Yi Rulong lost to Wei Qingxian, so it was normal for him to lose to Yi Zhong'e. Yi Zhong'e's light pillar of providence also increased to 20 feet. In the third round, Wei Qingxian won. In the fourth round, Zhou Haoge won. His heavenly cycle Gang Qi was indeed not weak. There was only one reason for his previous defeat. His opponent was too strong. In the fifth round, Meng Yuanzhen won. Wei Qingxian and Meng Yuanzhen's light pillar of providence both increased to 20 feet. Like Yi Xing and Yi Zhong'e, they both maintained a 5-match winning streak. At this point in the battle for providence, the martial artists had a judgment of the strength of the 10 geniuses. Meng Yuanzhen was undoubtedly the first. His strength far surpassed the other geniuses of the younger generation. In the eyes of the martial artists, Meng Yuanzhen was the son of the stars. Below Meng Yuanzhen, Yi Xing, Yi Zhong'e, and Wei Qingxuan's strength were hard to determine. They were in the same class. Their class was lower than Meng Yuanzhen's, but higher than the other Venerable 9 Stars geniuses. Among the other 6 Venerable 9 Stars geniuses, Yi Rulong's strength was the strongest, followed by Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan, the 2 descendants of the Meng royal family. After that, Zhou Haoge, Yi Weinan, and Duan Xueqing were in the same class. Among them, Zhou Haoge was more outstanding. Meng Yuanzhen was undoubtedly the first. As for the other 6 Venerable 9 Stars geniuses, the martial artists were not very interested in who was stronger. What they were most interested in was the strength of Yi Xing, Yi Zhong'e, and Wei Qingxian. They wanted to know who was stronger and who was weaker. In the following battles, they looked forward to the battle between the 3 of them the most. Chapter 580. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, wasn't very interested in the strength of Yi Xing, Yi Zhong'e, and Wei Qingxian. What he wanted to see the most now was Yi Xing or Yi Zhong'e meet Meng Yuanzhen. Then, Meng Yuanzhen would directly kill them in the battle. The 5th round of battle begins. After an hour of rest, the voice in the void of the formation sounded again. This time, Yi Xing wasn't the first to go up. The 2 people who went up were Yi Rulong and Meng Haokong. The judgment of the cultivators was basically correct. Yi Rulong was the strongest person below Meng Yuanzhen and the 3 8-star venerables. Meng Haokong lost this battle. The second round, Zhou Haoge against Duan Xueqing. The attraction of this battle to the cultivators was ordinary. However, the eyes of the cultivators suddenly lit up. In this round, Meng Yuanzhen and the 3 8-star venerables didn't go up in the first 2 rounds. This meant that in the next 3 rounds, Meng Yuanzhen and the 3 8-star venerables would have to meet 2 of them. It would either be Meng Yuanzhen and one of the 3 8-star venerables, or 2 of the 3 8-star venerables. The former was what the Supreme King Meng Tai was looking forward to, and the latter was what all the cultivators were looking forward to. Soon, the second battle ended. Zhou Haoge won this battle. After the 2 left, the third cultivator went up. They were Yi Zhong'e and Yi Weinan. This was another battle without any suspense. However, the cultivators were very excited. In this round, there would definitely be a battle that would be very exciting. In just a few moves, Yi Weinan was defeated. Yi Zhong'e obtained 5 consecutive victories. Her luck light pillar was the first to grow to 75 feet. The 4th cultivator went up. Yi Xing was moved to the center of the array. He was surprised. His opponent was actually Wei Qingxian. The eyes of all the martial artists lit up and shone brightly. The battle that they had been waiting for was finally here. Who was stronger between the 2 8-star venerables? The Supreme King, Meng Tai, looked at the 2 people in the sky and frowned. He originally thought that Meng Yuanzhen would face either Yi Xing or Yi Zhong'e in this round, but in the end, he didn't meet any of them. In the air, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other. Below them, in the eastern arena, the Blood Edge Empire's cultivators were all in high spirits, watching the 2 in the air. Yi Xing and Zixuan were in a relationship. This matter wasn't a secret in the Blood Edge Empire. Now that this pair of lovers met in the Heavenly Fate rankings, what would the result be? This battle would determine how much fate he would be able to obtain. The more fate he obtained, the better his future would be. Some of the younger generation of the Xuefeng Empire asked themselves, if they were in the same situation, no matter who the other party was, they would not give in. They would have to fight for the luck. After 2 breaths of time, the cultivators on the 5 stages all felt that something was amiss. In the previous battles, when the 2 went up on stage, they would either directly attack or exchange a few polite words. There was no one like Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, who looked at each other in silence. Just as the cultivators were wondering, Wei Qingxian opened her mouth. Yi Xing, I wish you the best of luck in obtaining the first place on the heavenly fate rankings and becoming a son of the stars. When the cultivators heard this, they were all shocked. Yi Xing the best of luck in obtaining the first place on the heavenly fate rankings and becoming a son of the stars? How was this possible? Not a single cultivator thought so. They all felt that Wei Qingxuan's words were too crazy. What did she mean by that? But in the next moment, the cultivators were even more shocked. Yi Xing nodded. I will. These 3 words were short and powerful. His tone was filled with determination. The cultivators were in a mess. Meng Yuanzhen's strength had already surpassed Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and Yi Jianga. No one could predict how strong he was, but one thing was for sure, it was absolutely terrifying. Although Yi Xing's strength was also heaven-defying, he was still a realm lower than Meng Yuanzhen's cultivation. The cultivators really didn't understand where Yi Xing got the confidence to say these 3 words. In the sky, the younger generation geniuses were also stunned by the conversation between Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing. As for Meng Yuanzhen, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he locked onto Yi Xing and coldly snorted. In the central stage, the Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze also locked onto Yi Xing. His eyes narrowed as killing intent surged. Meng Yuanzhen's strength was already so terrifying, but Yi Xing still had the confidence to compete for the first place on the heavenly fate rankings. It was obvious that Yi Xing still had a deep hidden trump card. Then, the identity of the Fiend Star of Chaos was on the verge of being revealed. Puff in the void of the array, Wei Qingxuan's aura shook. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and automatically admitted defeat. The cultivators felt that it was a pity. They wanted to see the battle between the 2 8-star masters, but they didn't expect that someone would voluntarily admit defeat. However, because of the conversation between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, the cultivators felt a sense of anticipation for the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen. Yi Xing definitely had a hidden trump card. Some cultivators couldn't help but wonder if Yi Xing had sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to compete with Meng Yuanzhen for the title of Son of the Stars? The gazes of the cultivators gathered on Yi Xing. In their eyes, Yi Xing was a little mysterious. The void array wall separated Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Then, Wei Qingxuan's light pillar disappeared by 5 feet, shrinking to 25 feet. And Yi Xing's light pillar grew to 25 feet, just like Yi Jianga's. Yi Jianga's gaze turned towards Yi Xing. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yi Jianga also felt that Yi Xing was boasting shamelessly about competing for the title of Son of the Stars. To become the Son of the Stars, one must defeat Meng Yuanzhen. Although Yi Jianga was confident in her own strength, she didn't think that she was a match for Meng Yuanzhen. After all, he was only an 8-star master. If they were in the same realm, Yi Jianga was confident that she could fight against Meng Yuanzhen. Yi Xing was the same as Yi Jianga. They were both 8-star masters, but he had the confidence to compete with Meng Yuanzhen for the title of Son of the Stars. Yi Jianga couldn't see through this at all. Yi Jianga didn't have such strength, nor did she believe that Yi Xing had such strength. Yi Jianga had no chance of winning against Meng Yuanzhen, but she wasn't afraid of Yi Xing at all. She didn't think that she would lose to an opponent in the same realm. The 5th match of the 5th round was between Meng Yuanzhen and Meng Xinlan. Without a doubt, Meng Yuanzhen won beautifully again. Her light pillar grew to 25 feet. At the end of the 5th round, only 3 people remained: Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Meng Yuanzhen. After an hour of rest, the 6th round began. The first round was between Yi Rulong and Duan Xueqing. Yi Rulong won. The second round was between Meng Haokong and Meng Xinlan. Meng Haokong won. The third round was between Wei Qingxian and Zhou Haoge. Wei Qingxian won. The fourth round was between Yi Xing and Yi Weinan. Yi Xing won. After 6 consecutive victories, Yi Xing's light pillar grew to 25 feet. Continue to ask for monthly votes. It will explode tomorrow. Chapter 581. 6th round, 5th match. Yi Jianga vs Meng Yuanjun. Although this was a battle without suspense in the hearts of the cultivators, they were still in high spirits. Yi Jianga's strength was higher than Yi Rulong's, and Yi Rulong was defeated by Meng Yuanjun in one move. Then, how many moves could Yi Jianga take from Meng Yuanjun? Some guessed 5 moves, some guessed 8 moves, and some guessed 10 moves. At most, 10 moves. Basically, no one guessed more than 10 moves. The Supreme King Meng Tai looked at Yi Jianga in the sky calmly. At this time, he was sure that Yi Xing was the demon star of chaos, but he did not send a message to Meng Yuanjun to give up on killing Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga was born with a sword body. If he became a king in the future, he would be a threat to the great Yuan dynasty. If there was a chance to kill him, then kill him. In the void of the formation, Meng Yuanjun looked at Yi Jianga coldly and said, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to erupt your strength to the strongest state. After 3 breaths, this prince will defeat you in one move." 1. Puff. Just as Meng Yuanjun counted to 1, Yi Jianga's aura suddenly shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Jianga automatically admitted defeat. He was born with a sword body, and his sword heart was bright. His reaction was extremely sharp, and he could see the killing intent in Meng Yuanjun's eyes. Meng Yuanjun had just shouted 1 when his figure flashed and disappeared. An extremely terrifying aura burst out. Meng Yuanjun gave Yi Jianga a fake signal to make a move after 3 breaths. Then, when he counted to 1, he suddenly made a move, bursting out with a thunderous blow. He wanted to kill Yi Jianga in one blow. Whoosh! When Meng Yuanjun attacked, a starlight soared into the sky. He used his astrology for the first time. It was an extreme metal-attributed astrology, and the golden light was extremely bright. Meng Yuanjun punched out, and the void exploded. Boom! Before Meng Yuanjun could get close to Yi Jianga, his fist suddenly exploded, and the light splashed in all directions. A deafening sound shook the sky. This peerlessly terrifying punch slammed into the void formation wall between the two of them. The moment Yi Jianga spat out blood, the Grand Starry Arena's array determined that he had failed. The void array wall instantly separated the two of them. Although Meng Yuanjun was strong, he could not shake the array formation of the Starry Sky Arena. Not to mention Meng Yuanjun, even his father, the Supreme King Meng Tai, could not shake it. Meng Yuanjun was shaken back. His arm was in pain. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Yi Jianga with murderous intent. Yi Jianga actually admitted defeat when he shouted 1, which was out of Meng Yuanjun's expectation. That was why Meng Yuanjun couldn't stop his punch in time when the void array wall appeared. "My apologies, Your Highness." Yi Jianga cupped his fists towards Meng Yuanjun. He thought that he was right. Meng Yuanjun did indeed have the intention to kill him. Yi Xing's fortune light pillar disappeared by 5 feet and turned into a stream of green light as it entered Meng Yuanjun's fortune light pillar. Meng Yuanjun's fortune light pillar was the same as Yi Xing's. It grew to 8 feet. At the end of the 6th round, only Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun maintained their 6 consecutive victories. Their fortune light pillars were the highest and the color was the darkest. Another half an hour of rest was needed before the 7th round began. Meng Yuanjun returned to his original position and the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice rang in his ears. "Zhender, you can't control yourself if you admit defeat. Don't worry about it. Yi Xing is the true demon star of chaos. If he fights with you for the first place on the destiny list, he won't admit defeat. At that time, don't give him a chance to live." Meng Yuanjun nodded slightly. The Supreme King Meng Tai could transmit his voice, but Meng Yuanjun couldn't. His cultivation was low, and his astral transmission would be heard by venerable experts. The 7th round begins now. The rest time passed quickly, and the voice in the array formation rang out on time. As the voice fell, 2 people were moved to the center of the array formation. They were Zhou Haoge and Meng Xinlan. Zhou Haoge's strength was not much different from Meng Xinlan's. The two exchanged more than 30 moves before the outcome was decided. Meng Xinlan won. The 2nd round, Meng Haokong vs Duan Xueqing. Meng Haokong won. The 3rd round, Yi Xing vs Yi Rulong. The martial artist spirits rose by a lot. Yi Rulong was defeated by Wei Qingxian and Yi Zhonga, two monstrous 8-star geniuses. In the eyes of the martial artists, he was naturally no match for Yi Xing. Not to mention, Yi Xing had declared that he would fight for the first place on the destiny list. His strength must be terrifying. Flying Dragon Spear Technique. Wind Shadow Spear Technique. Both of them were spear experts. Yi Rulong's spear was like a dragon, opening and closing wide with a heaven-shaking momentum. Yi Xing's spear was extremely fast, filling the sky with spear shadows. Using the Fire Star avatar, Yi Xing's strength erupted. The weakness of the Wind Shadow Spear technique was immediately made up for. Yi Xing's spear technique had reached perfection, much higher than Yi Rulong's. In less than 10 moves, Yi Rulong was defeated by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's Beam of Providence had grown to 85 feet. The fourth round of the seventh round, Wei Qingxian versus Yi Zhonga. The martial artists' spirits were lifted, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They widened their eyes as they looked at Wei Qingxian and Yi Zhonga in the sky. The battle between the 8-star geniuses had finally begun. Last time, Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing were both juniors of the East Divine Continent, so Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat. Now that the juniors of the East Divine Continent were facing the juniors of the North Netherworld Continent, there shouldn't be a situation where they automatically recognized each other, right? The martial artists were looking forward to the real battle between Wei Qingxian and Yi Zhonga. Miss Zixuan, you should admit defeat. In the sky, Yi Zhonga's sword aura soared as she looked at Wei Qingxian and said indifferently. Seeing that Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat in front of Yi Xing, Yi Zhonga thought that Wei Qingxian wasn't her opponent. The icicle sword appeared in Wei Qingxuan's hand, and her sword aura was also incomparably sharp. Whoosh, Wei Qingxian used the icy star, and the cold air was oppressive. She pointed her sword at Yi Zhonga and said, "Make your move." What was her relationship with Yi Xing? What was her relationship with Yi Zhonga? Even if she was facing Meng Yuanzhen, Wei Qingxian wouldn't admit defeat, let alone Yi Zhonga. Yi Zhonga's gaze sharpened, and her sword aura exploded, becoming even more terrifying. At the same time, she used her astrology. A high-grade astrology could also increase one's strength by a lot. Although Yi Zhonga made Wei Qingxian admit defeat, she still valued Wei Qingxuan's strength. Since Wei Qingxian was going all out, she had to go all out too. "Watch out for my sword," Yi Zhonga shouted softly. As soon as she spoke, a sword light flashed. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already in front of Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian didn't even take half a step back. Her expression was calm as ice armor condensed around her body, and the cold air was oppressive. She waved her icicle sword, and an icy sword aura instantly shot out. It instantly froze Yi Zhonga's sword aura, and then shattered it into ice shards. Wei Qingxian took a step forward, and ice lotuses appeared under her feet. She waved her sword, and instantly counterattacked. Streaks of icy sword aura shot out, freezing the void, and all of them were in front of Yi Zhonga. Yi Zhonga was born with the sword physique, and together with her sword aura, the power of her swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. Every sword attack was superb, and it destroyed the icy sword aura one by one. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, after the two of them exchanged 10 moves, Yi Zhonga's heart was incomparably shocked, and he secretly complained. Wei Qingxuan's frosty ice sword force was too cold. Even though the frosty ice sword force was destroyed by Yi Zhonga, the cold qi was still pervasive. As the cold qi in the air became more and more intense, a lot of it invaded his body. Yi Zhonga was born with the sword physique, and his blood was strong. However, at this moment, he felt a cold air coming from his body, and it was about to affect the circulation of his astral energy. Whoosh! Yi Zhonga's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Using the sword steps he moved. Facing Wei Qingxuan's icy aura, Yi Zhonga could only move to minimize the effect of the cold air. At the same time, the astral energy locked his body, preventing the cold air from continuing to invade his body. The sword aura in his body stirred, expelling the cold air that had invaded his body. Yi Zhonga's movement speed was extremely fast. With a flash of his sword, he could appear anywhere around Wei Qingxian in the next moment. However, Wei Qingxuan's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and it was not inferior to Yi Zhonga's. No matter where Yi Zhonga's attack came from, She was always able to slash out her icy sword aura at the first moment, blocking the opponent's sword aura. Yi Jianga moved quickly around the void of the formation, bringing out a patch of sword light. Wei Qingxian only moved a small area in the middle of the formation, and streaks of icy sword aura shot out in all directions. As time passed, the cold air in the void of the formation became more and more intense. The icy sword aura left marks in the void, and it even froze a patch of space. The area where Yi Jianga moved became smaller and smaller. After 100 moves, the entire void of the formation turned into a patch of white light. Yi Jianga was finally unable to withstand the terrifying cold air, and he was defeated by Wei Qingxuan's sword. Chapter 582. The result was somewhat out of everyone's expectations. Because Wei Qingxian automatically admitted defeat in front of Yi Xing, everyone had the same thought as Wei Qingxian. They thought that Wei Qingxuan's strength shouldn't be very high and definitely couldn't be compared to Yi Xing. Therefore, she couldn't be compared to Yi Jianga. As for Yi Jianga, his previous battle results were very heaven-defying. His swordsmanship was divine and his attack power was very terrifying. At least 80% of the warriors thought that Yi Jianga would defeat Wei Qingxian. However, Yi Jianga's swordsmanship was completely restrained by Wei Qingxuan's cold aura. Moreover, the erase space was limited. If Yi Jianga couldn't quickly end the battle and defeat Wei Qingxian, then the cold aura in the erase space would become stronger and stronger, and his defeat would be a foregone conclusion. Yi Jianga suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and the light pillar of providence decreased to 65 feet. Wei Qingxian obtained Yi Jianga's 5 feet of providence, making up for the 5 feet of providence that she lost when she lost to Yi Xing. The light pillar of providence increased to 75 feet. The last match of the 7th round, Meng Yuanjun vs Yi Weinan. Meng Yuanjun won, and the light pillar of providence increased to 85 feet, neck and neck with Yi Xing. After an hour of rest, the 8th round of battles began. The battle for providence was divided into 9 rounds, and only 2 rounds were left. The warriors' spirits were lifted. Yi Xing vs Meng Yuanjun, Yi Xing vs Yi Jianga, and Meng Yuanjun vs Wei Qingxian had yet to begin. They would meet in the last 2 rounds. The first match of the 8th round, Yi Rulong vs Meng Xinlan, Yi Rulong won. The second match of the 8th round, Meng Haokong vs Zhou Haoge, Meng Haokong won. The third match of the 8th round, Duan Xueqing vs Yi Weinan, Yi Weinan won. The fourth match of the 8th round, Yi Xing vs Yi Jianga. The moment Yi Xing and Yi Jianga stepped onto the stage, all the martial artists were in high spirits. Their eyes shone brightly. It was yet another battle between 8 star masters and monstrous talents. In the 7th round of battle, Yi Jianga lost to Wei Qingxian, which greatly exceeded the expectations of the crowd. When Wei Qingxian fought against Yi Xing, she did not make a move and directly admitted defeat. No one knew whether Yi Xing's strength was better than Wei Qingxuan's. Therefore, it was hard for the crowd to predict the outcome of the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Jianga. They were most interested in such a battle. Your surname is also Yi. What a coincidence. Within the void of the formation, Yi Jianga's eyes were as sharp as swords as she stared at Yi Xing. There are a lot of people with the surname Yi in the top 10, even more than those with the surname Meng. Yi Xing said indifferently. His words caused the martial artists of the Meng royal clan to be enraged. Meng Yuanjun stared at Yi Xing and clenched his fist, revealing a terrifying radiance. Even if Yi Xing wasn't the demon star of chaos, Meng Yuanjun's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Yi Xing. Yi Jianga did not expect Yi Xing to reply in such a way and was slightly stunned. Immediately after, Yi Jianga used her astrology and pointed her sword at Yi Xing. She said, "Miss Zixuan admits defeat to you. I hope your strength will not disappoint me." Yi Xing took out his dragon blood spear and used his extreme grade flame astrology. He said, "I will definitely not disappoint you. I will only make you despair. Watch out for my sword." Yi Jianga was angered by Yi Xing's words and her face turned green. She slashed her sword at Yi Xing. The dragon blood spear moved and blocked the opponent's sword. The dragon blood spear shook violently and Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Yi Jianga's attack power was indeed terrifying. In the previous round, Yi Zhonghe was defeated by Wei Qingxian because Wei Qingxuan's frost aura restrained him too much. It made it difficult for him to unleash 80% of the power of his swordsmanship. Now, when facing Yi Xing, Yi Zhonghe's swordsmanship was as strong as it could be. It was even possible for her to unleash more power than usual. Swish! 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 Yi Zhonghe's sword speed was extremely fast. Sword after sword, it was endless. However, speed was also Yi Xing's forte. As the dragon blood spear danced, the sword aura was destroyed one after another. Furthermore, the spear shadows were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing counterattacked Yi Zhonghe. Yi Zhonghe used his sword steps and his figure flashed like a sword. Without the frost aura restricting his movements, he was simply like a ghost. Swish! 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 Yi Zhonghe attacked 10 times consecutively. Finally, Yi Xing's defense missed. The sword light pierced through the layers of spear aura and instantly arrived beside Yi Xing. Swish! Yi Xing's figure split and used his afterimage steps, causing Yi Zhonghe's attack to miss. Hehe. Your movement technique is not bad. However, is this how you make me feel despair? Yi Zhonghe chuckled. She was still brooding over Yi Xing's words from before. As she spoke, Yi Zhonghe's sword speed did not decrease at all. The sword light trembled and split in an instant, chasing after Yi Xing's figure in all directions. On the stage below, the martial artists held their breaths. Yi Zhonghe's swordsmanship was indeed godly. In their opinion, Yi Xing was about to lose. Yi Xing's afterimages merged and the dragon blood spear swept across, destroying the incoming sword light. Using the super brain scanning function, Yi Xing understood his opponent's attack. Lose. At this moment, Yi Zhonghe's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Xing. Her sword light was like a meteor piercing through the air, piercing towards the back of Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing lost. This thought appeared in the martial artists' minds. They treated Yi Xing's previous words as arrogant words. Boom! Just as the sword light was about to pierce Yi Xing, Yi Xing seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly turned around and punched. A terrifying fist aura blasted onto the sword light. Supreme grade spiritual martial arts sky-burning sun fist. With a punch, Yi Xing's back was covered in flames like a sea of fire. The power of this punch could not be described with words that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power of the sword aura was extremely strong, but it was instantly destroyed by Yi Xing's punch. The terrifying fist aura shot out and attacked Yi Zhonghe. Under the power of fire, the sky-burning sun fist was several times stronger than the wind shadow spear art. The fist aura instantly arrived in front of Yi Zhonghe with an unstoppable force. Yi Zhonghe was shocked. She held her supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword horizontally and performed a superb defensive swordsmanship. Even if it was an all-out attack from a half-step honorable realm expert, Yi Zhonghe could use this defensive swordsmanship to block it. However, the power of Yi Xing's punch was even more terrifying than an all-out attack from a half-step honorable realm expert. With an explosion, Yi Zhonghe's body was sent flying. Boom! Yi Xing punched out again. The fist aura broke through the speed of sound and exploded the void. It instantly caught up with Yi Zhonghe's retreating body. With an explosion, Yi Zhonghe was hung on the void wall by the fist aura. After 2 breaths, she slid down and spat out blood. In the arena below, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. How terrifying was the power of a punch to hang the opponent on the void wall? Wasn't this something that only Meng Yuanzhen could do? How could Yi Xing do it too? Looking at the situation in the sky, Yi Xing's position in the hearts of the cultivators instantly rose. After witnessing the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Zhonghe, the cultivators had already placed Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen on the same level. Although they still felt that Meng Yuanzhen was more terrifying, the cultivators had at least considered the two of them to be on the same level. First, it was Meng Yuanzhen, then Wei Qingxian, and then Yi Xing. Yi Zhonghe suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Her light pillar decreased again and again until it was only 6 feet tall. On the other hand, Yi Xing won all the way, and his light pillar grew to 9 feet. The light pillar's green color was extremely deep. Whether it was the younger geniuses or the cultivators, they all looked at Yi Xing with envy. As an 8-star venerable, Yi Xing's strength was so powerful that it shocked the cultivators. They had never seen such a powerful 8-star venerable. Yi Xing and Yi Zhonghe left the arena. The last group of the 8th round went up. Meng Yuanjun against Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was as beautiful as a fairy and had defeated Yi Jianga. Now that she was facing Meng Yuanjun, the cultivators were in high spirits. They were very interested in this battle. No one knew how strong Meng Yuanjun was. Now, Meng Yuanjun had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. The cultivators were looking forward to the fight between Meng Yuanjun and Wei Qingxian. Perhaps Meng Yuanjun would reveal more of his strength. You, like Yi Jianga, do you want to admit defeat directly? In the void of the array, Meng Yuanjun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Wei Qingxian confidently. You are not qualified for me to admit defeat directly. Wei Qingxian shook her head. She wanted to help Yi Xing test Meng Yuanjun's strength. How could she admit defeat? Not qualified? Wei Qingxian admitted defeat directly in front of Yi Xing, but said that Meng Yuanjun was not qualified for her to admit defeat directly. Didn't this mean that he, Meng Yuanjun, was inferior to Yi Xing? Meng Yuanjun's face suddenly showed anger. Then I'll let you know whether I'm qualified or not. Meng Yuanjun shouted, and his aura erupted. The surrounding void airflow suddenly exploded and rotated around Meng Yuanjun. Wei Qingxian took out the icicle sword, and a starlight soared into the sky. She used the cold ice star aspect and erupted her strength to the strongest state. You're defeated. Meng Yuanjun shouted and punched out. The void in front of him exploded, and a huge fist instantly blasted in front of Wei Qingxian. Ice seal. Wei Qingxian waved her sword to resist. The icicle sword carried an ice sword aura, and instantly blocked the fist aura. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ice sword aura on the icicle sword shattered layer by layer. However, Meng Yuanjun's fist aura was blocked, and the ice on the icicle sword did not shatter completely. The cold ice star aspect poured down a huge amount of cold ice star power, causing the ice on the icicle sword to grow rapidly while being destroyed by the fist aura, maintaining the extremely cold momentum. All the cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Meng Yuanjun's fist was blocked? This was the first time. Whoosh! Meng Yuanjun was furious, and a starlight soared into the sky. Using the celestial aspect, the golden light was dazzling. Metal star power fell, and Meng Yuanjun was like a golden god of war, and his strength soared rapidly. Take another punch from this prince. Meng Yuanjun shouted and blasted out a fist. The golden fist aura was incomparably bright, and the entire array formation was illuminated in gold. All the cultivators were shocked. This punch was too terrifying. Even a half-step venerable would be in danger of death when facing this punch. Chapter 583. Previously, when Meng Yuanjun wanted to kill Yi Jianga, he used astrology to throw out such a punch. In Meng Yuanjun's view, the power of this punch was enough to take Yi Jianga's life. It could be seen how powerful it was. The speed of Meng Yuanjun's punch was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge it. Ice Sword Shield. Wei Qingxian shouted, and the ice aura crazily erupted, her strength erupting to the limit. The ice armor outside Wei Qingxuan's body continued to grow ice, becoming thicker and thicker. The icicle sword was also completely covered by ice, like an ice shield in front of her. Boom! Meng Yuanjun's punch had just been thrown out when there was an explosion, and the fist collided with the ice sword shield. In an instant, ice shards flew in all directions, and the ice sword shield was shattered in an instant. Even the ice armor outside Wei Qingxuan's body collapsed layer by layer. In an instant, Wei Qingxuan's body flew backward. Puff! Wei Qingxian hit the void array wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The array sensed that Wei Qingxian spat out blood, and judged that Wei Qingxian had lost this battle. A void array wall appeared, separating Wei Qingxian and Meng Yuanjun. The cultivators looked at Meng Yuanjun in the sky, and they were all shocked. His strength was too terrifying, and it was hard to imagine that anyone below the venerable realm could compete with him. At this moment, the cultivators were even more pessimistic about Yi Xing. However, no one knew that Wei Qingxian was injured and spat out blood. The blood in her body shook, and a surge of power gushed out from the depths of her bloodline. This power was too powerful. Wei Qingxian believed that if there was no void array wall between her and Meng Yuanjun, the terrifying power from the depths of her bloodline would be more than enough to kill Meng Yuanjun. However, the Starry Sky Arena had its own judgment of victory and defeat. Wei Qingxian spat out blood, which meant that she had lost. This battle was over, and there was no chance to restart. Wei Qingxuan's light pillar of providence disappeared by 5 feet and was reduced to 70 feet. Meng Yuanjin's light pillar of providence absorbed the blue gas and grew to 90 feet. The 8th round of battles ended. Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin still maintained their winning streaks. Both of their light pillars were 90 feet tall. As for who would be able to obtain 95 feet of light pillars and become the son of the stars, the answer would be revealed in the final round of battles. The battle between Yi Xing, Yi Jianga, and Wei Qingxian had already ended. Yi Jianga and Wei Qingxian had also fought with Meng Yuanjin. In the last round, the only battle that the martial artists were looking forward to the most was the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin. The 9th round begins now. After an hour of rest, the voice in the void of the formation rang out on time. Yi Rulong and Zhou Haoge went up first. After 10 moves, Yi Rulong won. Yi Rulong, 5 wins and 4 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 55 feet, which was 5 feet higher than the initial height of providence. Zhou Haoge, 2 wins and 7 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 25 feet. The second battle of the 9th round was between Meng Xinlan and Duan Xueqing. Meng Xinlan won. Meng Xinlan, 3 wins and 6 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 35 feet. Duan Xueqing, 9 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 5 feet. The third battle of the 9th round was between Meng Haokong and Yi Jianga. Yi Jianga won. Meng Haokong, 4 wins and 5 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 45 feet. Yi Jianga, 6 wins and 3 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 65 feet. The fourth battle of the 9th round was between Wei Qingxian and Yi Weinan. Wei Qingxian won. Wei Qingxian, 7 wins and 2 losses. Her light pillar of providence finally stopped at 75 feet. Yi Weinan, 1 win and 8 losses. His light pillar of providence finally stopped at 15 feet. The 9th round was between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin. In the last round, the last battle that all the cultivators had been waiting for finally arrived. It was also the battle to determine the son of the stars. All the cultivators widened their eyes and stared at Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin in the sky, afraid that they would miss a moment. The higher-ups of the Dayuan dynasty were also paying attention to this battle in high spirits. Yi Xing's identity as the fiend star of troubled times had been confirmed. Now, all they had to do was wait for Meng Yuanjin to eliminate this fiend star of troubled times. In the void of the array, Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjin stood facing each other. Meng Yuanjin's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Yi Xing. Since you want to become the son of the stars, it seems that you won't take the initiative to admit defeat. Since I'm here, of course I want to become the son of the stars. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Yi Xing nodded and said, even if you want to kill me, I will never admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Meng Yuanjin laughed and said, that's right. This prince wants to kill you. Dang. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yuanjin used his astrology and his strength erupted as he threw a punch. As soon as he attacked, it was a thunderous blow. Yi Xing also drew on his astrology and unleashed the heaven-burning sun fist, unleashing his full strength to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, and astral currents burst out, blooming with dazzling light. Meng Yuanjin's figure was like a mountain, while Yi Xing took several steps back. Meng Yuanjin's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the astral star realm, and his astral energy had been strengthened to the limit of the astral star realm. He was no different from a half-step venerable, but he could not communicate with the power of the universe. In terms of martial arts attainments, Meng Yuanjin's Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist was also in the transformation realm, not inferior to Yi Xing. His comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth was slightly inferior to Yi Xing's, but he was not far from becoming one with the world. Overall, Yi Xing had the advantage in terms of comprehension of the momentum of heaven and earth, so he could make up for the gap in cultivation. However, there were differences in power between martial arts of the same level. The Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist was the ultimate technique of the Great Yuan dynasty. Its power belonged to the first grade among the supreme grade spiritual martial arts. Although the Great Sun Burning Sky Fist was also very powerful, It was only an ultimate technique collected by a two-star force like the Bloody Edge Empire. It was slightly inferior to the Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist. Therefore, Yi Xing was at a disadvantage in the first exchange of blows. However, this was enough to shock the martial artists. Wei Qingxian was injured by Meng Yuanzhen's punch and was defeated directly. "It's really you!" Meng Yuanzhen shouted coldly. Yi Xing's combat power was so abnormal. He was 100% sure that he was the demon star of chaos. "Your strength is indeed much stronger than the other two, but in front of me, Meng Yuanzhen, you will still die." As Meng Yuanzhen shouted, his aura erupted again. Obviously, he was not in his strongest state just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yuanzhen used the ultimate technique of the Overlord Mountain Splitting Fist and attacked Yi Xing fiercely. The fist aura directly hit Yi Xing's head, attacking the vital part. If Yi Xing's head was hit by the fist, even if his body was strong and would not explode like a watermelon, his bones would definitely shatter and he would die. Great Sun-Burning Sky Fist. The flame celestial aspect poured down endless star power, and the power of fire completely erupted. Yi Xing punched out, like a needle against an awl, towards Meng Yuanzhen. Chapter 584. Asterisk boom 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 boom. Asterisk both of their fists were extremely terrifying. When they collided, it was like a series of big explosions. Continuous explosive sounds rang out, and astral light shot out in all directions. In terms of the power of his fist technique, Yi Xing was indeed inferior to Meng Yuanzhen. However, Yi Xing's physical body was extremely powerful. Just his physical strength alone was comparable to the strength of a half-step venerable. His physical endurance was much stronger than other martial artists. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it was not easy for Meng Yuanzhen to injure Yi Xing with just his fist energy. In the void of the formation, there were continuous explosions and radiance. Many martial artists could not see the situation inside clearly. They only knew that the battle between the two was extremely fierce from the sounds. Not long after, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Under Meng Yuanzhen's attack, Yi Xing was forced to retreat again and again. He had already circled the void of the formation. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk suddenly, Yi Xing's figure split as he used the after-image footwork. The after-image footwork of the transformative stage, coupled with the wind momentum of the oneness of heaven and man, was extremely fast. The dragon blood spear instantly appeared in Yi Xing's hand. The wind shadow spear technique was also focused on speed, so it was more compatible with the after-image footwork. Yi Xing's figure was like lightning, and his spear was as fast as light. At the same time, the superbrain activated its scanning function to find Meng Yuanzhen's flaws and launched a storm of attacks. Meng Yuanzhen was caught off guard by Yi Xing's sudden change in fighting style. For a moment, Yi Xing actually reversed the situation. Could it be that Yi Xing really has the possibility of becoming a son of the stars? Looking at the battle in the sky, all the martial artists were shocked. Yi Xing's strength was beyond their expectations. They had never seen or even heard of such a powerful 8-star venerable master. The Supreme King of Dayuan, Meng Tai, narrowed his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The more monstrous Yi Xing was, the greater the threat he posed to the Dayuan dynasty. The more he wanted to kill Yi Xing. Although the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen was in a balanced state, the Supreme King Meng Tai was still confident that Meng Yuanzhen could kill Yi Xing. For the sake of this year's genius election, the Great Yuan dynasty had prepared a foolproof plan. Meng Yuanzhen's attack rhythm was disrupted by Yi Xing's sudden counterattack. In fact, Yi Xing's spear technique was like a god. Several spears came from angles that he could not block, making him somewhat flustered. This made Meng Yuanzhen very angry. Yi Xing, you are indeed very powerful and can fight against me. However, even so, you will still die. Meng Yuanzhen suddenly roared. A resplendent spear light suddenly shot out without any warning. As soon as this spear light appeared, all the martial artists below the astral-reaching realm felt their hearts tremble. They felt a fatal danger from this spear light. Even half-step venerables were no exception. Even some low-level astral-reaching realm venerables were surprised. This spear light could already threaten their lives. When this spear light erupted, it was very small, like a flash of golden light. However, in the blink of an eye, it became long and large, turning into a huge golden spear. It instantly pierced towards the end of the formation. Wherever the spear light passed, Yi Xing's spear shadows were instantly destroyed. Whoosh! Yi Xing pushed his afterimage footwork to the limit. His figure flickered like a stream of light, narrowly avoiding this spear. Even so, Yi Xing felt a burning pain on his body. His skin even ruptured in many places, and blood flowed out. Mysterious weapon! Yi Xing cried out in alarm. Weapons were divided into mortal grade, spirit grade, mysterious grade, divine grade. Spirit weapons were generally used by martial saints and Taoists. Mysterious weapons were used by venerables and kings. Divine weapons were naturally used by quasi-gods and true gods. Mysterious weapons were very powerful. If one wasn't an astral reaching realm venerable, it would be hard to control them. One would need a venerable's astral wind to control them freely. Even half-step venerables, who understood the surface of communicating with the power of the universe, couldn't use mysterious weapons. This was because the astral wind of half-step venerables was not on the same level as the astral wind of venerables. In order to break through to the astral reaching realm from the astral wind realm, one had to go through the baptism of the thunder tribulation. After going through the tribulation, both the physical body and the astral wind would be reborn. Only the astral wind that had gone through the tribulation could control mysterious weapons. Once mysterious weapons were used, they would automatically communicate with the power of the universe. In other words, all kinds of Yuan Qi existed in the void. That spear light just now had triggered the metal Yuan Qi in the void. Its destructive power was astonishing. Even if Yi Xing wasn't directly pierced by the spear light, he was still injured by the surrounding metal Yuan Qi. It's a mysterious weapon. Meng Yuanzhen is only a venerable 9-star. How can he control a mysterious weapon? How frightening is a mysterious weapon's power? Even venerables would be in danger if they were hit by it. How can they fight it? After a brief moment of shock, all the martial artists cried out in alarm. If it were a venerable 9-star from a 2-star faction, he definitely wouldn't be able to control a mysterious weapon. However, a venerable 9-star from a 3-star faction might be able to. An experienced and knowledgeable martial artist said. Why? Immediately, a martial artist asked. If an expert can plant an astral star seed in a venerable 9-star's body, and if the astral reaching realm is high enough, he can control a mysterious weapon before reaching the astral reaching realm. What kind of expert can do that? A venerable wouldn't be able to control a mysterious weapon with just an astral star seed. Only a king would be able to do that. However, even a king would have to spend a lot of effort and energy to plant such a high-quality astral star seed in a venerable 9-star's body. Hearing this, all the martial artists suddenly realized that Meng Yuanzhen could use a mysterious weapon because he was a king. This was indeed something that only a 3-star faction with a king could do. Although it was very unfair to use such a method in the battle for luck, who would dare to criticize the great Meng imperial family? Moreover, the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Yuanzhen was no longer just a battle for luck. Meng Yuanzhen wanted to take Yi Xing's life. At this time, there was no need to talk about fairness. Meng Yuanzhen's only goal was to kill Yi Xing. With the golden rock spear in hand, Meng Yuanzhen's aura was extremely frightening, just like a venerable. Die for me! Meng Yuanzhen didn't give Yi Xing the chance to vomit blood and admit defeat. In an instant, he let out a loud roar and attacked Yi Xing with his spear. Just the metal Yuan Qi driven by the golden rock spear was enough to injure Yi Xing's body. If the golden rock spear directly pierced Yi Xing, even if Yi Xing's body was tough, it would probably instantly shatter into pieces. Whoosh! While Yi Xing used the afterimage footwork to dodge, a starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a huge black hole vortex. The power of a mysterious weapon was too terrifying. If Meng Yuanzhen continued to attack, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to dodge more than a few spears. Therefore, he decisively used the black hole astrology. At the same time, a set of black skeleton armor appeared outside Yi Xing's body and covered his whole body. It was the red flame suit. Although the red flame suit couldn't block the attack of the golden rock spear, it was more than enough to defend against the attack of the metal Yuan Qi in the void. Chapter 585. Yi Xing's figure split and dodged the dark weapon golden rock spear's spear aura. The metal Yuan Qi in the void cut the crimson flame armor set but failed to damage it. After dodging the spear, Yi Xing stopped and retracted his aura. He looked at Meng Yuanjun from afar with calm eyes. At this moment, Meng Yuanjun's face was filled with shock. He had fallen into a world of darkness where he couldn't even see his fingers. Even though his metal constellation was originally shining with golden light, there was no light in this dark world. The most important thing was that Meng Yuanjun had lost his sense of Yi Xing. In this dark world, Meng Yuanjun didn't even know where Yi Xing was. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. The golden rock spear was in a defensive posture. Meng Yuanjun vigilantly watched the movements around him. After a moment of surprise, his expression turned grim. The martial artists below were also extremely shocked. They looked at the black hole constellation and flame constellation above Yi Xing and were almost stunned. They couldn't recognize the black hole constellation, but Yi Xing had two constellations, which made them extremely shocked. The senior martial artists present were all peak figures from all over the star continent. Their knowledge was much broader than ordinary martial artists. It wasn't to the extent that they had never heard of dual constellations. However, they were still shocked because the double celestial phenomenon only existed in some ancient books, and those ancient books were more than 100,000 years old. In the present world, and even in the past 100,000 years, there had never been a martial artist with dual constellations in the star continent. Dual constellations that only existed in ancient times. What kind of monstrous existence was this? It actually appeared in the present world. How could the martial artists not be shocked when they looked at Yi Xing? Even the upper echelons of the Great Yuan dynasty, even the kings, had a change of expression at this moment. Dual constellations. This was a legendary monstrous existence. No wonder Si Kongyan said that the demon star could destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. In the past, the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty found it hard to believe, but now they were 100% convinced. Looking at Yi Xing and Meng Yuanjun in the sky, the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were a little nervous. The result of this battle had begun to deviate from their expectations. Yi Xing, what sorcery are you using? If you have the ability, fight me face to face. Meng Yuanjun shouted with a depressed expression. Right now, he didn't even know where Yi Xing was. How could he fight? Aren't we fighting fair and square right now? Yi Xing spoke. Using the astral star voice, the sound waves rolled out, filling the entire array formation space with Yi Xing's voice, making it impossible for Meng Yuanjun to determine his position based on his voice alone. Come out! Meng Yuanjun bellowed as the profound weapon in his hand, the golden rock spear, blossomed with light as he thrust it forward. However, this spear pierced the air. It was still a little far from Yi Xing. The warriors below were not affected by the black hole astrology, and did not know that Meng Yuanjun was now in the dark world. Now that they saw Meng Yuanjun's random attack, they realized that Meng Yuanjun could not see Yi Xing's position. They were all surprised. Meng Yuanjun did not withdraw his spear but swept it out. In the blink of an eye, the resplendent astral spear swept a full circle and swept through the entire array formation space. However, Yi Xing just jumped up and avoided the attack of the astral spear. As long as the astral spear did not hit Yi Xing, the metal elemental energy could not break the defense of the red flame suit and posed no threat to Yi Xing. Come out! Come out! Meng Yuanjun shouted again and again as the golden rock spear shot out again and again without any purpose. Yi Xing's figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, easily avoiding the opponent's attacks. Front left. 500 steps. Meng Yuanjun suddenly heard the voice of the Supreme King Meng Tai. Die for me! Meng Yuanjun roared as the golden rock spear shot out with a resplendent astral light. Although he did not know Yi Xing's exact location, Meng Yuanjun's spear covered the void in front of him. As long as Yi Xing was within this range, it would be fatal if he was hit. The golden rock spear was a dark weapon. Even a venerable could not withstand its attack. If Yi Xing was hit, of course, it would not bode well for him. However, Yi Xing's speed was too fast. His figure flashed and dodged the spear. Back 600 steps. Back left 530 steps. Front right 770 steps. The voice of the Supreme King Meng Tai kept ringing in Meng Yuanjun's ears. As a king, he naturally saw Yi Xing's figure clearly. However, Meng Yuanjun identified Yi Xing's position through sound, which was a little slower than directly seeing Yi Xing's position. This little time difference was enough for Yi Xing to avoid Meng Yuanzhen's attack. "Be careful behind you." Suddenly, the Supreme King Meng Tai shouted, no longer caring about the true Yuan sound transmission. Yi Xing suddenly launched a counterattack. The Wind Shadow Spear art was displayed under the black hole astral form. It was even more difficult to detect, and its speed was also brought back to an unpredictably high level. By the time Meng Tai's voice sounded, it was too late. The astral spear had already pierced Meng Yuanzhen's back. Asterisk ding 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 ding. Asterisk crisp sounds rang out again and again as sparks flew. A set of armor suddenly appeared outside Meng Yuanzhen's body, blocking the astral spear. Then, the astral spear swept out. The armor outside Meng Yuanzhen's body was the same as Yi Xing's Scarlet Flame set. It was a top-grade spirit artifact set with extremely strong defensive power. If Yi Xing's attack had completely hit Meng Yuanzhen's body, it might have injured Meng Yuanzhen, but it would be difficult for the astral spear to penetrate the defense of a top-grade spirit artifact set. After all, the defense of a set was much higher than that of a single defensive spirit artifact. A strike from a half-step Venerable could be easily blocked by a spirit-level top-grade defensive inner armor, but even a Venerable would find it difficult to break the defense of a top-grade spirit artifact set. Meng Yuanzhen's reaction was very fast. The Golden Rock Spear swept out. Yi Xing had no time to completely blast the power of this move on Meng Yuanzhen's body. His figure flashed and disappeared. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in an instant, Yi Xing changed his position and attacked Meng Yuanzhen with his astral spear. "Watch out for the right." The Supreme King Meng Tai's voice sounded instantly. Meng Yuanzhen heard the voice and immediately attacked to the right. Yi Xing's astral spear had just touched the top-grade spirit artifact set outside Meng Yuanzhen's body when he had no choice but to dodge again and give up this attack. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk Yi Xing's attack speed was very fast, and his figure was erratic, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The astral spear stabbed out was impossible to guard against. However, with the Supreme King Meng Tai's reminder, Meng Yuanzhen was always able to know Yi Xing's attack at the first moment and launch a counterattack, so that Yi Xing's attack could not completely land on him. As for the collision of the astral spear, no matter where the attack was, it could not break the top-grade spirit artifact set outside Meng Yuanzhen's body. For a time, Meng Yuanzhen seemed to be in an invincible position. Chapter 586. The battle reached a stalemate. Although Meng Yuanzhen was in an invincible position, Yi Xing's speed was too fast. Even if Meng Yuanzhen had the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice to warn him, it was still difficult for him to attack Yi Xing. As a result, it was easy to determine the outcome of this battle, but it was very difficult to determine life and death. Both of them had a set of top-grade spirit artifacts. Even a true Venerable would find it difficult to kill them in one blow. Who will win this battle? A martial artist couldn't help but ask. The dark weapon is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. If the battle continues for a long time, Meng Yuanzhen will consume too much energy and I'm afraid he will be defeated. Indeed, but the dark weapon communicates with the power of the universe and draws in more and more metal yuan qi. Meng Yuanzhen's attacks are getting stronger and stronger, leaving Yi Xing with less space. I'm afraid Yi Xing won't be able to hold on until Meng Yuanzhen consumes too much energy. In that case, Meng Yuanzhen has a higher chance of winning. It should be so. It's not that Yi Xing isn't strong enough, but that the dark weapon is too powerful. What a pity. In the various arenas, the martial artists were discussing. Meng Yuanzhen's strength was already very strong. Under the Venerable Realm, he could be said to be invincible. Now, with the dark weapon Golden Rock Spear, his attack power had increased to the Venerable Realm. Although Yi Xing's strength was not inferior to Meng Yuanzhen's, he could not resist the attack of the Golden Rock Spear. No wonder all the martial artists felt pity for him and thought that Meng Yuanzhen would win. The martial artists in the surrounding arenas felt pity, and so did the upper echelons of the great Meng royal family. They felt pity that Meng Yuanzhen could not kill Yi Xing in one blow. Even if Meng Yuanzhen won this time, Yi Xing, the Demon Star, would still exist in this chaotic world. Meng Tai, the Supreme King, revealed a fierce killing intent in his eyes. When the genius selection was over and the martial artists returned to the Star Continent, he would kill Yi Xing. After dozens of breaths, Yi Xing had attacked Meng Yuanjun with hundreds of moves, but none of them were effective. Meng Yuanjun, who had been warned by the Supreme King, Meng Tai, had blocked them all. As the golden rock spear struck out again and again, more and more metal yuan qi was attracted. The formation was covered with a layer of golden light, which was extremely sharp. It flowed along with the golden rock spear and contained a terrifying power. The void of the formation was a sealed space. The metal elemental energy gathered and did not disperse. Naturally, the more it gathered, the more unfavorable the situation became for Yi Xing. Seeing that the range of the golden rock spear was getting wider and wider, Yi Xing's eyes flashed. Whoosh! Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, and the weapon in his hand changed from the Blood Dragon Spear to the Big Dipper Bow. Yi Xing's strongest attack wasn't the Great Sun-Burning Sky Fist or the Wind Shadow Spear art, but his archery. Arrows moved at high speed and had extremely strong penetrating power. It was the easiest to break through all kinds of defensive artifacts. Yi Xing had only planned to reveal the Black Hole constellation, not the Sagittarius constellation. This was because no one knew about the Black Hole constellation, and even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to understand its mysteries. However, the Sagittarius constellation could be seen with a single glance. However, at this point, Yi Xing couldn't care less about revealing the Sagittarius constellation. He had to obtain the Son of the Stars. Moreover, Meng Yuanjun knew the mysteries of the Black Hole constellation. Yi Xing didn't want him to live any longer. If he wanted to kill Meng Yuanjun, who had a set of top-grade spirit artifacts, then he could only rely on his archery skills. As soon as the Sagittarius constellation appeared, the martial artists were shocked and cried out in alarm. Another constellation! Heavens! Yi Xing actually has 3 constellations. Even in the ancient records, there are only 2 types of astrology. How can there be 3 types of astrology? This astrology, could it be the legendary Sagittarius astrology? The constellation astrology is the highest astrology in the legends. This kind of astrology only exists in legends. 3 constellations gathered in one body, and there is even the legendary Sagittarius constellation. This is too monstrous. The martial artists did not understand the terror of the black hole astrology, but they were very clear about the constellation astrology. They knew that it was the supreme existence of the constellation astrology, and it only existed in legends. In the central arena, Paramount King Meng Tai stared at Yi Xing. Imperial advisor Si Kongyan had said before that the Demon Star of Chaos was related to archery. Clearly, archery was Yi Xing's greatest strength. Yi Xing used the afterimage footwork, and his figure was like lightning. His hands instantly pulled the Big Dipper Bow. The gems on the Big Dipper Bow shone brightly and condensed into an arrow of starlight. Yi Xing's aura suddenly exploded. His astral energy revolved to the limit, as if it was burning, and he displayed 120% of his strength. At the same time, the grand momentum of fire, grand momentum of wind, and grand momentum of darkness were used and gathered on the Big Dipper Bow. The flame constellation poured down endless fire star force, covering the Big Dipper Bow and the arrow of starlight with a layer of fire. The star force of the Sagittarius constellation directly acted on the arrow of starlight, causing it to shine brightly and its power to multiply. Die for me! Yi Xing let out a loud roar and unleashed the power of the 6 transformations of heart, unleashing the most powerful arrow technique of the Black Flame Arrow technique. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Yi Xing drew the bow 3 times in a row. Each time, he pulled the Big Dipper Bow to a full moon and released the most powerful arrow. The 3 arrows of starlight flashed like meteors, forming a line and shooting towards Meng Yuanjun's head. Front left. Front right. Straight ahead. Supreme King Meng Tai's warning to Meng Yuanjun immediately sounded. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 arrows of starlight abruptly changed directions in midair, forcing him to warn Meng Yuanjun again. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme King Meng Tai shouted 6 times in a row, and he saw the 6 changes of direction of the arrows of starlight clearly. However, when these prompts fell into Meng Yuanjun's ears, it caused Meng Yuanjun's astral energy to become chaotic. He was operating his astral energy to attack the front left, but the Supreme King Meng Tai's voice changed. He had to suppress this impulse and prepare to attack the front right. However, the front right was wrong again, and he had to change directions again. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yuanjin's astral energy had been stirred up 6 times in his body. The disordered astral energy clashed in his body, and he almost vomited blood. When the Supreme King Meng Tai's last reminder sounded, the arrows of starlight had already hit Meng Yuanjin's helmet. He had no time to block with his golden rock spear. Clang, clang, puff. The 3 arrows of starlight all hit Meng Yuanjin's ultra-grade spiritual equipment set. The first 2 arrows made a clear sound, and sparks flew. The arrows of starlight were also shattered. The third sound contained the sound of shattering and penetrating. The arrows of starlight pierced through the ultra-grade spiritual equipment set's helmet and shot into Meng Yuanjin's head. Chapter 587. The defensive power of a supreme-grade spiritual armor was so strong that even a venerable would find it difficult to break it in one hit. However, the 3 starlight arrows hit the same point and pierced through the helmet. Yi Xing's attainments in the art of archery were unfathomable. His Heart's 6 transformations and Heart's force was at the 6th level. Even an ordinary honored realm expert would not be able to reach such a level. In addition, Yi Xing's black flame arrow technique had reached the perfection realm, coupled with Yi Xing's almost burning star energy, as well as the convergence of various forces of heaven and earth. The most important thing was the star power of the flame astrology and the Sagittarius astrology, especially the star power of the Sagittarius astrology, which raised the power of the arrows to a whole new level. It could be said that the power of the starlight arrows was no less than an ordinary venerable's full-strength attack. 3 starlight arrows were equivalent to 3 full-strength attacks of a venerable. 3 full-strength attacks of a venerable, and all at the same point. It was naturally no problem to break the defense of a supreme-grade spiritual armor. The starlight arrows shot into the helmet and did not stop until they reached the other side of the helmet, which meant that they had penetrated Meng Yuanjin's entire head. A shrill scream rang out in an instant. The terrifying power contained in the starlight arrow blasted Meng Yuanjin's body backward, and then slammed into the void formation wall behind him. When Meng Yuanjin fell down, he was lying straight on the ground and breathed his last. Without the destruction of the star energy, the supreme-grade spiritual armor around Meng Yuanjin's body suddenly disappeared and automatically returned to his storage ring. The starlight arrows contained supreme power. If Yi Xing did not withdraw them for a while, they would not dissipate for dozens of breaths and still stay on Meng Yuanjin's head. Now that the supreme-grade spiritual armor had disappeared, it could be seen that the arrow had hit Meng Yuanjin's forehead. No wonder he was killed instantly. Shan-er! The Supreme King Meng Tai let out a furious roar, his killing intent surging like a tide. Yi Xing, I will slaughter your entire family. The rest of the martial artists were all stunned at this moment. They looked at Meng Yuanjin's corpse in the sky and could not believe it. Meng Yuanjin, with a dark weapon in his hand and a supreme-grade spiritual armor, died in the hands of an 8-star venerable? I can't figure it out. None of the martial artists could figure this out. They couldn't believe this result. Paramount King Meng Tai's voice awakened all the martial artists from their shock. Only now did they believe that Meng Yuanjin was truly dead. No one doubted that Paramount King Meng Tai had made a mistake. At this moment, High Lord Netherflame and the other North Netherworld Continent martial practitioners looked at High Lord Mo Jian and the other Blood Edge Empire martial practitioners with gloating expressions. So what if he was number 1 on the Heavenly Fate rankings? So what if he was a son of the stars? If the Great Yuan dynasty wanted someone dead, there would be no place to hide in the entire Starland. The result would be certain death. But to High Lord Netherflame's disappointment, High Lord Mo Jian's expression was filled with shock at the fact that Yi Xing had become a son of the stars. As for fear, there was none. In the void of the formation, Meng Yuanjin died. The 90-meter-long providence that enveloped him completely disappeared, turning into a green light that merged into Yi Xing's pillar of providence. Yi Xing's pillar of providence instantly grew from 90-meter long to 30-meter long, and its color was so green that it was almost blue. 100-meter-long providence was so green that it was almost blue. This was the highest providence of the Starland. With some providence attached to one's body, it meant that a martial practitioner could become a supreme expert of the Starland. Of course, the prerequisite was that one could live until that day. In the history of the Starland, there were many experts who had obtained 100-meter-long providence. In the last 100,000 years, there were more than 40 people who had obtained 100-meter-long providence in the Starry Sky arena. Of these 40 people, about 60% never came back after entering the extraterritorial Starland. They must have died. As for the other 40%, about 20 people, more than half of them died not long after leaving the Starry Sky Arena. They were killed by the dynasty that ruled the Starland at that time. The other half survived and eventually became the strongest in the Starland. These people had one thing in common, which was that they had ended the previous dynasty and started a new one. For example, the founder of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Wu, had obtained a 100-meter-long providence in the Starry Sky Arena and then survived. According to past practice, those who obtained a 100-meter-long providence would enter a Starland that was of a higher grade than other martial practitioners who obtained a Starland's providence. The Starland contained countless treasures. A higher grade meant that the treasures inside were of a higher grade and the rewards would be greater. Therefore, obtaining a 100-meter-long providence would bring many benefits. Of course, the greater the reward, the greater the risk. Entering the higher-grade extraterritorial star continents, the death rate was as high as 60%, while entering the normal extraterritorial star continents, the death rate was less than 10%. Sometimes one would die and sometimes none would die. Yi Xing turned a deaf ear to Paramount King Meng Tai's roar. He had already made preparations. He had hidden the Falling Star sect and the Ye family. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty sent people to the Clear Sky region, they wouldn't be able to find them. Yi Xing waved his hand, and the starlight arrow turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Only then did blood come out of Meng Yuanzhen's forehead. After the battle was over, the teleportation portal didn't move Yi Xing back to his original position. Instead, a voice rang out. The battle for Providence is over. This year's Son of the Stars has obtained a 100-meter-long Providence, and obtained a chance to explore a medium-grade starland with the young geniuses of a medium-grade starland. With these words, the space in front of Yi Xing changed. With a snap of his fingers, a glowing portal appeared. Go in, Son of the Stars. The teleportation portal leads to the Starland, which is the closest to the Starry Crescent continent. You'll be exploring it with the young geniuses of the Starry Crescent continent. The voice rang out in the void of the formation again. Yi Xing put away Meng Yuanzhen's profound weapon, the golden rock spear, and his ring of holding. Then, he took a glance at Wei Qingxian and nodded. Wei Qingxian also nodded. Although the two of them didn't say anything, their gazes were enough to tell each other to take care. Yi Xing walked to the front of the Void Matrix Gate. Taking a step forward, his gaze swept across the various arenas below. Eventually, his gaze collided with the gaze of the utmost King Meng Tai. Meng Tai's eyes were as sharp as swords and as imposing as a mighty army. His gaze was fixed on Yi Xing, full of killing intent. According to past practice, as long as Yi Xing did not die in the extraterritorial Starland and return to the Starland, he would definitely rise rapidly. The Supreme King Meng Tai had already made up his mind. No matter what price he had to pay, he would strangle Yi Xing in the cradle. Otherwise, if Yi Xing grew stronger and became the strongest expert in the Starland, the Grand Yuan dynasty's rule would be in jeopardy. Yi Xing, you're dead for sure. Meng Tai thought to himself, glaring at Nye Tian like a tiger watching its prey. Yi Xing's expression was calm. Eventually, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stepped into the teleportation portal and disappeared. 3 breaths later, the teleportation portal also disappeared. Chapter 588. Yi Xing had disappeared, but the martialists were still in shock. Yi Xing had come from the East Divine Continent's Bloody Edge Empire. Instantly, all the martialists turned to look at the martialists from the Bloody Edge Empire. Mo Jian, what explanation do you have for the Bloody Edge Empire? One of the monarchs from the Great Yuan dynasty stepped forward and shouted angrily. It was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. The anger of the monarchs made all the martialists tremble. The martialists from the Bloody Edge Empire were even more aghast. They were afraid that the Great Yuan dynasty would take its anger out on the Bloody Edge Empire. Honorable Mo Jian remained calm as he said, Your Highness, I only accepted Yi Xing into the Bloody Edge Academy because I saw that he had great talent and potential. I have already asked Your Highness about this matter. Now that Yi Xing has become an enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty, he has committed treason. From now on, I will expel Yi Xing from the Bloody Edge Academy. Your Highness, please calm down. Meng Yuanshang had witnessed the genius selection of the East Divine Continent. Honorable Mo Jian had indeed told Meng Yuanshang that he wanted to recruit Yi Xing into the Bloody Edge Academy. At that time, Meng Yuanshang had not stopped him. Meng Yuanshang said coldly, "Is it enough to expel him from the Bloody Edge Academy?" Honorable Mo Jian said, "When Yi Xing comes out, I will personally capture him and hand him over to the Great Yuan dynasty for punishment." Meng Yuanshang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It's fine if Yi Xing dies. However, if Yi Xing doesn't die, the entire Bloody Edge Empire will pay the price." Honorable Mo Jian's eyes twitched slightly as he said, "Yes." At that moment, a surging aura suddenly erupted in the sky, immediately attracting the attention of all the martialists. The source of the surging aura was Wei Qingxian. Her cultivation had actually broken through to the 9th level of the Astral Dipper realm. All the martialists were shocked as they looked at each other. Was there a mistake? How could an 8-star venerable break through to the 9-star venerable realm for no reason? Even for a king's mandate, it would take around a year to go from an 8-star venerable to a 9-star venerable. If they wanted to break through, they would need a quiet environment. But Wei Qingxian just sat there and didn't move. Apart from fighting, she was just watching others fight. She had mysteriously leveled up. It was truly inconceivable. Outsiders might not know, but Wei Qingxian knew very well. Although she was defeated in the battle with Meng Yuanzhen, a power had awakened in her bloodline. It was this bloodline power that allowed her cultivation to break through to the 9th level of the astral realm unknowingly. Furthermore, Wei Qingxian could still feel the surging power of her bloodline when she made a breakthrough in her cultivation. It would be of great help to her cultivation breakthrough. According to Wei Qingxuan's estimation, it wouldn't be long before her cultivation base would have a breakthrough, and she would become an astral-reaching venerable. When I became a martial saint or a Daoist, my memories would awaken. Moreover, when I became a Daoist, I would awaken even more memories. I hope that at that time, I would be able to recognize who I am. Wei Qingxian thought to herself. With the awakening of her memories, Wei Qingxian understood a little about her previous life. However, it wasn't comprehensive. This feeling made her feel very perplexed. An 18-year-old 9-star venerable. The martialists of the Blood Edge Empire were the most shocked when they saw Wei Qingxuan's breakthrough. In terms of cultivation base, Wei Qingxian was even more heaven-defying than Yi Xing. While the martialists were still in shock, another light gate appeared in the void of the array. A voice resounded from the void of the array. "The void gate to the outer realm Starland has been opened. Let's go." Wei Qingxian, Yi Zhonga, and the others immediately moved, entering the void gate one by one and disappearing. After a short while, the void array gate and the void array space in the sky all disappeared. There was nothing left but the void. According to the usual practice, the geniuses who entered the outer realm Starland would return after 3 months. The geniuses who entered the inner realm Starland would return after 6 months. In the following time, the martialists in the Starry Sky Arena could only wait. The Supreme King Meng Tai said a few words to the Great Yuan Dynasty's martialists, then left with the kings, returning to the Star Continent through the teleportation array. Yi Xing had entered the inner realm Starland. Regardless of whether Yi Xing could return or not, the Supreme King Meng Tai would first kill Yi Xing's entire family to vent the hatred in his heart. Yi Xing passed through the void gate. His surroundings were filled with light. He could feel that he was moving rapidly. Soon, Yi Xing felt that he had stopped. The light around him disappeared. He looked around and realized that he was in a spacious underground hall. Such dense astral spiritual qi. Yi Xing was surprised. He immediately realized that the astral spiritual qi here was extremely dense. It was more than 100 times denser than the middle sky continent of the Star Continent. The source of the dense astral spiritual qi was the spring water in the middle of the hall. The spring water was milky white and slightly transparent. It looked similar to the star crystal spiritual milk. However, the low-grade and middle-grade star crystal spiritual milk that Yi Xing had obtained couldn't be compared to the spring water in front of him in terms of astral spiritual qi density. As expected of a inner realm Starland. Such a good place. This spring water should be enough for me to cultivate to the peak of the astral realm. Yi Xing was overjoyed as he thought to himself. He looked around and realized that there was a passage in the corner. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down beside the spring water in the middle of the hall and started cultivating. The battle in the Starry Sky Arena had consolidated Yi Xing's cultivation of Astral 8th stage. As long as he had enough astral spiritual energy, Yi Xing's cultivation would continue to break through. At the same time, Yi Xing activated the black hole star vortex in his dantian, absorbing the star energy in the spirit spring to cultivate using the star energy in his body. Yi Xing's cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Late stage of Astral Star Realm. Peak stage of Astral Star Realm. 9th level Astral Realm. In just over half a month, Yi Xing's cultivation had naturally broken through to the 9th level of the Astral Gang Realm and became a venerable 9-star. After half a month of absorption, only less than half of the spring water had been consumed. Yi Xing continued to circulate the falling star incantation, absorbing and cultivating. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Astral Realm, Yi Xing's cultivation continued to advance by leaps and bounds. Mid-stage of the 9th level, late stage of the 9th level, peak of the 9th level. Yi Xing only stopped cultivating when he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Astral Realm. He looked at the spring water and saw that there was less than 1/10 of it left. This little bit of spring water was useless for Yi Xing to break through to the astral reaching realm. Yi Xing directly put it into his storage ring. When he returned to the star continent, this spring water would definitely be a peerless elixir for astral reaching realm cultivators to increase their cultivation base. After breaking through, Yi Xing's astral wind had also improved. Yi Xing could feel the surging power in his body. In the hall, Yi Xing stood beside the empty spring water and closed his eyes, feeling the fire yuan qi in the surrounding void. Suddenly, Yi Xing raised his hand and pointed a finger. Fiery red yuan qi gathered at Yi Xing's fingertip and condensed into a cluster of flames. Chapter 589. Star Continent. East Divine Continent. Truxian Region. Qingyun Region. In the past, a king from the Middle Heaven Continent came to the Luoxing Kingdom. Lord Gao Han of the Duan clan, the patriarch of the Duan clan, a 3-star king, had come to the East Divine Continent under the orders of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Supreme King, Meng Tai, to exterminate Yi Xing's entire clan. The East Divine Continent was the territory of the Dark Star Sect. In order to avoid provoking the experts of the Dark Star Sect, the Supreme King Meng Tai had specially dispatched the 3rd-level Star Sea Realm Duan Gao Han. From this, one could see the fury in his heart. His desire to exterminate Yi Xing's entire clan was extremely intense. The Supreme King Meng Tai was the only 4-star King Realm Warrior in the Starland. 3-star King Realm Warriors had an extremely high status in the Great Yuan Dynasty, and there were no more than 5 of them. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, was determined to kill Yi Xing's entire clan by sending Monarch Gao Han here. Duan Gao Han, why did you come all the way from the Central Sky Continent to a remote place like the East Divine Continent? Just as Monarch Alpine arrived at the Luoxing Kingdom, a voice suddenly resounded as a person blocked his path. This man was bare-chested and muscular. His black hair reached his shoulders. He was none other than the left emissary of the Dark Star Sect, Black Biao King. The High Frost King's expression changed. He was a 3-star king, but someone had approached him without him noticing. If it were not for the Black Tiger King, he would not have known about the latter's existence. What does it have to do with you? Your Dark Star Sect shouldn't meddle in other people's business. The High Frost King glanced indifferently at the Black Tiger King and said, to be able to trouble a 3-star king like you to come to Yi Xing's birthplace, it seems like the Great Yuan Dynasty already knows about his identity as the Demon Star of Troubled Times. Meng Tai actually sent you here. He really attaches great importance to this matter. The Black Biao King said as he looked at the Alpine King like a tiger staring at its prey. The Supreme King had long predicted that your Dark Star Church would interfere. That's why he sent me here to exterminate Yi Xing's entire family. With me, the High Frost King, taking action, your Dark Star Church won't be able to stop me. Lord Gao Han said coldly. As a 3-star king and one of the top experts of the Great Yuan Dynasty, he was not afraid of the Black Tiger King. You can't. Go back and tell Meng Tai that from today onwards, the East Divine Continent is the territory of my Dark Star Sect. No one from the Great Yuan Dynasty is allowed to set foot in it. Even Meng Tai is no exception. The Black Tiger King said indifferently. What does your Dark Star Sect amount to? Even my Duan royal clan can compare to it. Do you think you're qualified to fight against the great Yuan dynasty? Today, this king will exterminate all 9 generations of Yi Xing's family. Let's see if you can stop me. Lord Algan roared furiously. He extended his palm and slapped at Black Tiger King. As soon as the Alpine King made his move, the water Yuan Qi in the world was controlled by him and condensed into ice. It transformed into a huge icy hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed at the Black Tiger King. The Black Biao King stood there without moving, but a fierce wind suddenly blew in all directions. The wind was like a blade, spinning non-stop, forming a huge vortex with his body as the center. When the giant ice hand was still 100 meters away from the Black Biao King, it was sliced apart by the wind blade vortex and began to shatter. In the end, the giant ice hand did not even touch the Black Biao King's body. It barely managed to stretch out 10 meters before it was completely blown into ice shards by the wind blades. Your wind momentum has actually reached such a level. Lord Algan's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. The wind blade vortex formed by the wind momentum alone was able to break through Lord Algan's icy stellar wind and the ice momentum, as well as the water Yuan Qi formed the giant ice hand. It was clear that the Black Biao King's comprehension of the wind momentum was much higher than Lord Algan's comprehension of the ice momentum. One sword seals 14 states. A mystic weapon sword appeared in Monarch Gao Han's hand as he executed a mystic high-grade sword technique. The Middle Sky continent was divided into 14 states. This sword technique meant to seal the world in ice with one sword. It was the strongest sword technique. With the dark weapon in hand, Lord Algan's strength multiplied. His icy chi became even stronger, turning everything within 10 miles into ice. Whoosh! When Lord Algan attacked with his sword, he used his astrology. An extreme-grade ice star hung high in the sky, adding to the icy chi. A 3-star king attacked with his full strength. As soon as the sword light appeared, countless icy swords appeared and slashed in all directions, covering a radius of 10 miles. Crack! Wherever the sword energy passed, a huge crack would appear on the ground. Then, it would turn into an icy canyon. You still dare to attack when you know that my wind momentum is close to perfection. The Black Biao King shouted coldly as his figure disappeared like the wind. Lord Algan's strongest attack missed. It did not even touch the corner of the Black Biao King's clothes. Don't run if you have the guts. Lord Algan shouted coldly as he attacked the Black Biao King with another ultimate sword technique. Whoosh! The swords flashed like meteors as they shot out more than 10 miles and arrived in front of the Black Biao King. You overestimate yourself. The Black Biao King waved his hand, and a dark palm print shot out. It instantly turned into a dark wall that blocked the attack. The dark astral force in the void was instantly drawn by the Black Biao King, forming a dark wall that was even sturdier than an iron wall. Clang! The swords hit the dark wall with a crisp sound of metal clashing. However, the dark wall did not move at all. There was no damage at all. How is this possible? Lord Algan was shocked. He knew how powerful his attack was. It could not even break the Black Biao King's dark wall. This meant that there was a huge gap between their strength. Lord Algan was shocked. He immediately retracted his sword and retreated. However, it was too late. A dark palm print shot out from the dark wall and slapped at Lord Algan. The speed of the dark palm print was so fast that Lord Algan could not dodge it at all. Bang! Lord Algan was hit by the dark palm print, and his body was sent flying more than 10 miles like a cannonball. Puff! Puff! Lord Algan's protective ice shattered instantly. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. He was heavily injured by the Black Biao King's attack. Whoosh! Lord Algan used the force of the Black Biao King's attack to retreat quickly. A pair of mystic wings appeared on his back as he moved like a stream of light. Black Biao, the Supreme King will fight you personally. Lord Algan's voice came from afar. The Black Biao King stood in the air and looked at Lord Algan's retreating figure. He did not chase after him. Although he wasn't afraid of the Dayuan Supreme King, the Dark Star Church was still inferior in terms of overall strength. Most importantly, the Dark Star Church wasn't completely united at the moment. He didn't want to start a decisive battle with the Dark Star Church at this time, so he didn't pursue the High Frost King. The Black Biao King's hope was on Yi Xing. Only when Yi Xing fully matured would it be time for the final battle with the Dayuan dynasty. Extraterritorial Star Zone. A smile appeared on Yi Xing's face as he looked at the flame on his fingertip. It was a real cluster of flames. It was not a flame formed by combining the power of fire with the astral energy. It meant that he had activated the Fire Yuan Qi. A venerable 9-star who could activate the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and communicate with the power of heaven and earth was a half-step venerable 1. Chapter 590. Yi Xing's fire, wind, and darkness grand forces of heaven and earth had all reached the great success realm. He had reached the unity of heaven and earth realm. This was a comprehension that only supremacies could achieve. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth had reached the unity of heaven and man. Communicating with the power of heaven and earth was naturally a piece of cake. First, it was the fire elemental energy, then the wind elemental energy, then the darkness elemental energy. Yi Xing quickly activated the 3 types of elemental energy in the universe. Most warriors could only activate one type of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Only a very small number of warriors could activate 2 types of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. As for martial artists who could trigger 3 kinds of heaven and earth origin Qi, they were even rarer. Yi Xing was able to attract 3 types of heaven and earth origin Qi. This meant that if the amount of heaven and earth origin Qi he attracted was equal, his strength would be 3 times that of other warriors. He would have a great advantage. Of course, it did not mean that a warrior who could only draw upon one type of heaven and earth origin Qi would be weaker than a warrior who could draw upon multiple types of heaven and earth origin Qi. The control of heaven and earth Yuan Qi was closely related to a warrior's cultivation and understanding of the heaven and earth's power. If one could draw upon enough heaven and earth Yuan Qi, even if it was only one kind of heaven and earth Yuan Qi, it would be able to display great power. There was a saying in martial arts that the most important thing was the quality, not the quantity. The same principle applied to the activation of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Yi Xing raised his hand and the profound weapon, Golden Rock Spear, appeared in his hand. A half-step venerable realm expert could barely activate the power of a dark weapon by using the Qi of heaven and earth. Yi Xing's 3 worldly forces were all in the unity of heaven and man's state, which was equivalent to a supremacy. Even if his cultivation was not as high as a supremacy's, the amount of worldly Qi that he could draw upon was not inferior to a supremacy's. Therefore, Yi Xing had enough strength to unleash the power of the Golden Rock Spear. With the Golden Rock Spear in his hand, Yi Xing could clearly feel the power contained within the Golden Rock Spear. If I had my current strength in the battle for Providence in the Starry Sky Arena, I wouldn't have needed to use all my trump cards to kill Meng Yuanjun. One spear strike would have been enough to kill him. Yi Xing thought to himself. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to when he was in the 8th level of the astral realm. The unity of heaven and man could only unleash its full power when the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was activated. Yi Xing was much more powerful than other half-step venerables after becoming a half-step venerable. Ordinary venerables could not be compared to him. The voice in the formation said that I have entered a mid-level extraterritorial starland, and that I will be going on an adventure with the young geniuses of the Starry Crescent land. I have been here for a month and I have been staying in this cavern. I don't know what this mid-level extraterritorial starland is like. Yi Xing put away the Golden Rock Spear, glanced at the exit of the hall, and strode towards it. The exit was a long and winding cave. Yi Xing walked for over 10 miles before he finally walked out of the cave. The entrance to the cave was covered with green vines. If one didn't push aside the green vines, they wouldn't be able to see the cave entrance behind them. The cave was located at the foot of a mountain. Outside the cave was a dense forest. The dense canopy blocked the light and the forest was a little dark. This darkness was nothing to Yi Xing. His eyesight was strong and he could see very far. After carefully observing the forest, he couldn't even differentiate between north, south, east and west. He could only choose a direction and walk in it. This forest was extremely vast. Yi Xing climbed over one mountain after another and walked through one valley after another. There were towering trees everywhere. Even when Yi Xing climbed to the top of the mountain and looked into the distance, he could only see the boundless forest. He couldn't see the end of the forest at all. Yi Xing chose a direction and kept moving forward. No matter how big the forest was, there must be an end. If he kept moving forward in one direction, he would walk out of the forest sooner or later. In this unfamiliar environment, Yi Xing didn't dare to fly in the sky to avoid danger. He kept walking through the forest. He walked for 2 days and 2 nights. On the third day, although he still hadn't walked out of the forest, he finally met another warrior. To be more precise, he was stopped by another warrior. There were a total of 3 warriors blocking Yi Xing's path. They all looked very young, about 18 or 19 years old. They were all less than 20 years old and had already stepped into the astral realm, prolonging their lifespan. Their cultivation auras leaked out. 2 of them were half-step venerables, and the other had already stepped into the astral-reaching realm. He was a 1-star venerable. Yi Xing guessed that since they came to the extraterritorial star continent from the star continent's starry sky arena and were less than 25 years old, then the warriors from other continents should be the same. Therefore, these 3 should be younger generation geniuses who were less than 25 years old. In the star continent, the highest cultivation among the younger generation geniuses under 25 years old was only at the 9th level of the astral realm. Yi Xing had only broken through after coming to the extraterritorial star continent. Because his comprehension of the worldly momentum had reached the realm of one with the world, he was able to quickly draw the yuan qi of heaven and earth and become a half-step venerable. And of the 3 people in front of him, 2 were half-step venerables, and 1 was even a true venerable who had passed through the thunder calamity. Yi Xing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The younger generation geniuses of a mid-level continent were indeed not comparable to the younger generation geniuses of a low-level continent like the star continent. Yi Xing looked at the 3 young warriors who had suddenly blocked his path. He cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Brothers, may I ask how to get out of this forest?" The 3 didn't answer, but their gazes were firmly fixed on Yi Xing. Yi Xing waited impatiently. Just as he was about to ask again, the 1-star venerable in the middle finally spoke. "I have never seen you before. You are not from the 7 great sects." The 1-star venerable said word by word, looking a little puzzled. Only the 7 great sects of the starry crescent land were qualified to send people into the extraterritorial star continent. Before entering, the younger generation geniuses of the 7 great sects had met each other. Yi Xing didn't belong to any of the 7 great sections. Zhuo Qiushan looked at Yi Xing for a while and compared him with the younger generation geniuses of the 7 great sects who had entered the extraterritorial star continent. He was sure that the person in front of him didn't belong to any of the 7 great sections. After Zhuo Qiushan finished speaking, the half-step venerable on his left said, "Senior brother Zhuo, could he be a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect in disguise?" Zhuo Qiushan nodded at the person who spoke and said, "Who cares if he is a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect in disguise? Let's capture him and slowly interrogate him. Cheng Jin, Lang Man." After saying that, Zhuo Qiushan glanced at Yi Xing. His meaning was obvious. Cheng Jin and Lang Man, the 2 half-step venerables, looked at Yi Xing with their eyes lit up. Their auras suddenly burst out. Yi Xing frowned and said, "I don't know you and we don't interfere in each other's business. Why do you want to capture me?" Cheng Jin and Lang Man chuckled and didn't answer Yi Xing. Instead, they attacked Yi Xing at the same time. Chapter 591. Although they were half-step venerables, Cheng Jin and Lang Man both had dark weapons. Cheng Jin's dark weapon was a sledgehammer, while Lang Man's was a long saber. Both of them used their astrology at the same time. Surging astral power poured down from the extreme astrology. Both of them unleashed their full strength without showing any mercy. Cheng Jin's dark weapon sledgehammer was like a mountain pressing down. Just the pressure from the air was no less than a full blow from Venerable 9-star. Lang Man's long saber was extremely fast. Before the sledgehammer fell on his head, the long saber was already at his waist. If Yi Xing dodged the attack of the profound weapon saber, then the profound weapon sledgehammer in the sky would immediately change direction. Wherever Yi Xing dodged, the sledgehammer would attack. If Yi Xing did not dodge, not only would he have to face the long saber's attack, but he would also have to face the sledgehammer's attack. Apparently, the 2 of them often fought at the same time. They cooperated very well. Moreover, both of them were very powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary half-step venerables. They were definitely not below Meng Yuanjin. If they worked together, they could definitely compete with ordinary venerables. At least, a 1-star venerable would be flustered if he encountered Yi Xing's current situation. It would be difficult for him to deal with the 2's joint attack. Yi Xing didn't dodge the joint attack of the two of them. Instead, he stood as still as a mountain. Whoosh! A terrifying aura burst out. There was even a flame burning outside Yi Xing's body. The golden rock spear appeared in his hand. He stomped the spear on the ground beside him. Yi Xing held the golden rock spear with the spear on the ground. His aura was like an unshakable mountain. Clang! At this moment, the dark weapon's long saber arrived. Because it was blocked by the golden rock spear, the saber slashed on the spear. Sparks flew in the air. Lang Man's saber was so powerful that even a one-star venerable had to dodge it. However, Yi Xing stomped on the ground with the spear. He was as still as a mountain. The saber did not shake Yi Xing's figure. Hit! A loud shout came from the sky. Yi Xing had blocked Lang Man's blade, but he was immediately struck by the Xian weapon's sledgehammer. Yi Xing did not panic. He suddenly raised his other hand and waved it above his head. In an instant, a violent wind blew, forming a hurricane vortex that was pulled to the side. This was the result of Yi Xing circulating the wind power of the state of one with the world to the limit. The wind power he drew upon formed a hurricane whirlpool. It was extremely powerful. When the profound weapon sledgehammer fell into the whirlpool, it was immediately pulled to the side and smashed towards Lang Man's head. Lang Man was about to attack Yi Xing a second time with the dark weapon long saber in his hand. Suddenly, a huge hammer pressed down on him. His expression turned into one of shock as he exclaimed, "Senior Marshal Brother Chang!" Lang Man instantly withdrew his saber and slashed upwards. When Cheng Jin saw that the hammer in his hand did not hit Yi Xing and instead smashed towards Lang Man's head, he was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his strength. Bang! When the dark weapon long saber and the dark weapon sledgehammer collided, there was a loud explosion and sparks flew everywhere. The dark weapon long saber buzzed from the impact. Lang Man's qi and blood were in turmoil and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could his hurried saber be compared to the strength of Cheng Jin's hammer? If Cheng Jin had not withdrawn his strength, this hammer would have seriously injured him. Get lost! At this moment, Yi Xing shouted coldly and the golden rock spear in his hand swept out horizontally. Cheng Jin and Lang Man had hurriedly withdrawn their strength because of the exchange of blows. At this moment, when faced with Yi Xing's sudden attack, how could they be fully prepared? The two of them barely managed to put their dark weapons in front of them and were hit by the golden rock spear. The golden rock spear whipped past the dark weapon long saber and the dark weapon sledgehammer, creating a line of sparks. The terrifying power ruthlessly passed through the two dark weapons. Swoosh! Swoosh! Cheng Jin and Lang Man's bodies shook as they were pushed back by the power of the spear. In the air, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them were indeed powerful and were not inferior to Meng Yuanjin. However, for the current Yi Xing, they could not withstand a single blow. Cheng Jin and Lang Man flew back for a few miles before they could stabilize their bodies. They landed on the ground and looked at Yi Xing, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Their strength was already outstanding among the half-step honorables and they could defeat ordinary half-step honorables. When the two of them joined forces, they were comparable to an ordinary one-star honorable. However, they were defeated by a half-step honorable of the same level. This shocked the two of them. Even among the 7 major sects of the Starry Crescent land, geniuses with such combat strength were rare. Yi Xing did not chase after Cheng Jin and Lang Man. Instead, he looked at the one-star honorable Zhua Qiushan. When Cheng Jin and Lang Man were defeated, Zhua Qiushan exploded with a terrifying aura. His aura locked onto Yi Xing. If Yi Xing continued to attack Cheng Jin and Lang Man, he would have to face a terrifying attack from Zhua Qiushan. Zhua Qiushan's aura was extremely frightening. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary one-star honorable. Even if Yi Xing was confident in his strength and was not inferior to an ordinary honorable, he was still very wary of Zhua Qiushan. Zhua Qiushan's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yi Xing's feeling was right. Zhua Qiushan was a genius disciple of the Celestial Palace. Even if he had become an astral-reaching honorable, he still had the strength to challenge those with a higher level. Moreover, Zhua Qiushan was not only qualified to challenge those with a higher cultivation base, but he could also defeat those with a higher cultivation base. An ordinary 2-star honorable would not be able to last more than 10 moves in front of Zhua Qiushan. Zhua Qiushan stared at Yi Xing and said, The Big Dipper Sword sect doesn't have such a powerful half-step honorable. You. Who are you? Yi Xing asked. And who are you? Zhuo Qiushan said. I'm a disciple of the Celestial Palace, Zhuo Qiushan. The same goes for those two. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. If you have some connection with the Celestial Palace, I'll let you go. If you don't, you'll have to bear the consequences of injuring my disciples. Yi Xing murmured, Celestial Palace? Zhuo Qiushan saw this and was shocked. He shouted, You don't know about the Celestial Palace? You're not a martial artist from the Starry Crescent land. This extraterritorial star continent was a mid-level extraterritorial star continent. Under normal circumstances, only the geniuses of the Starry Crescent land could enter. It had always been controlled by a few of the most powerful forces in the Starry Crescent land. However, there were exceptions. Whenever there were geniuses from the lower continents near the Starry Crescent land, there was a chance that they would come here. Although such a situation was rare, it would happen every once in a while. Zhuo Qiushan's eyes were like knives as he stared at Yi Xing and said, Which star continent are you from? The Starry Crescent land was only one of the lower continents near the Starry Crescent land. Zhuo Qiushan knew that there were a total of 8 lower continents near the Starry Crescent land. Chapter 592. I'm indeed not a martial artist from Starry Crescent land. As for which continent I'm from, you don't need to know. Yi Xing looked at Zhuo Qiushan cautiously and said, I just want to leave this forest. We have no grudge against each other. Why do we have to fight to the death? The corners of Zhuo Qiushan's mouth curled up. He sneered and said, Trash from an inferior continent, how dare you lay your hands on the treasures of an intermediate extraterritorial star continent? Here your existence is a mistake. You should die. Yi Xing's gaze sharpened as he said coldly, There's still room for negotiation. I'm new here and don't want to get into trouble. But this doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. If you insist on fighting to the death, the ones who will die, maybe you. Is that so? You're the first half-step honorable who dares to speak like this in front of me. A dark weapon halberd suddenly appeared in Zhuo Qiushan's hand, and his power multiplied. Zhuo Qiushan pointed the dark weapon halberd at Yi Xing and yelled coldly, No half-step martial highness would dare to be so presumptuous in front of me, Zhuo Qiushan. Moreover, you're just a piece of trash from an inferior continent. Swoosh! Starlight flashed between Yi Xing's eyebrows as he used the extreme flame astrology. His power increased tremendously. The golden rock spear shone brightly as the tip of the spear pointed at Zhuo Qiushan. Yi Xing shouted, Since you want to fight to the death, bring it on. Yi Xing had nothing else to say. He was not afraid of a fight. Then you shall die. Hee hee. Zhuo Qiushan sneered as the dark weapon halberd in his hand shone with a yellow light. With the power to destroy mountains, he struck down with the halberd. It was a strong earth momentum, and the earth vital chi was extremely dense. When the halberd struck down, it was not inferior to a real mountain. Even an ordinary honorable would be suppressed in an instant. Get lost! Yi Xing yelled. He used the power of fire and fused it with the power of the fire astral form. He stirred up an extremely thick chi of heaven and earth. Yi Xing's body was covered in flames, and his golden rock spear was completely covered in flames. His physical strength was completely unleashed, and he thrust out his spear with raging flames. The spear shot out like a dragon, like a fire dragon soaring to the heavens. Boom! The spears collided with each other, like a mountain crashing into each other, deafening. Facing this terrifying attack, Yi Xing did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Like a fire dragon, the flame spear directly rebounded the dark weapon halberd. Kill! Yi Xing took a step forward and shouted loudly. The golden rock spear danced like a fiery dragon as it launched a counterattack at Zhuo Qiushan. Rumble, 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 rumble. The spear and halberd were both Shen weapons and possessed astonishing power. Every time they collided, there would be a huge tremor and a loud explosion. Terrifying earth energy splattered in all directions. The most frightening thing was the earth and fire yuan qi that spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the earth cracked, giant trees were snapped, and even a mountain nearby was flattened by the two of them. In less than 10 breaths' time, The two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Zhuo Qiushan was forced to retreat a few hundred meters, and the path was a mess. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Lang Man were dumbfounded. They looked shocked as they watched the two of them fight, and they were in disbelief. They had never seen a half-step honorable with such terrifying strength. Even among the younger generation of the Starry Crescent land, perhaps only the demonic genius of the Big Dipper sword sect had such a heaven-defying strength when he was a half-step honorable. However, although they were shocked, they were still confident in Zhuo Qiushan. After all, Zhuo Qiushan had not used his astrology. Zhuo Qiushan was also shocked at the moment, and he felt extremely aggrieved. With his strength, it was easy for him to suppress a half-step honorable, and there was no need for him to use his astrology. He only needed to use less than 10% of his strength. However, he was being forced to retreat by a half-step honorable, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Zhuo Qiushan was in disbelief, and it was difficult for him to accept the fact. Zhuo Qiushan wanted to kill Yi Xing without using his astrology, but it was a pity that he would never be able to fulfill his wish. Yi Xing was getting stronger as the fight went on, and it was obvious that Zhuo Qiushan was going to lose. If he did not use his astrology, he would definitely lose to Yi Xing, and his life would be in danger. Whoosh! When Zhuo Qiushan retreated 1,000 meters, he finally could not help but use his astrology. A ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into an earthy yellow star. It was the highest grade of the earth element astrology. You can actually force me to use my astrology. You should be proud of yourself. Dang! Zhuo Qiushan shouted loudly as he used his astrology, and his strength skyrocketed. His halberd technique was already very powerful, and Yi Xing could only win by a small margin when he unleashed all of his strength. Now, the tables were completely turned. Boom! Zhuo Qiushan swung his halberd. Before the halberd's shadow reached him, the void in front of him was compressed by an invisible force, and it became solid. It made Yi Xing feel like he was shackled, and it was difficult for him to move. Yi Xing's strength was powerful after all, and the compression of the void could not do anything to him. Yi Xing activated his astral energy, and the void around him shattered as if it was solid. The golden rock spear stabbed out like a dancing fire dragon, and attacked the dark weapon halberd. Boom! The halberd and spear collided, and the sound shook the sky. Yi Xing's body shook violently, and he immediately took a few steps back. His opponent's strength had multiplied, and it was difficult for him to fight back. Ha die! Zhuo Qiushan had gained the upper hand with his halberd, and he laughed loudly. He used his dark-level martial technique, and attacked Yi Xing with his halberd again. Whoosh! Yi Xing used his residual shadow step. His residual shadow step had reached the stage of perfection, and with the union of heaven and man's wind momentum, his movement was much faster than an ordinary honorable. His figure split, and he dodged the halberd. Trying to dodge? I've already locked onto your aura. You can't dodge. Zhuo Qiushan shouted coldly, and waved his dark weapon halberd. It was like a dancing mountain ridge, and in an instant, he attacked Yi Xing again. Astral Reaching Realm Honorable had gone through the thunder calamity, and his body and soul had been reborn. His reaction speed was far beyond Astral Reaching Realm. Once he had locked onto a person's aura, he could clearly sense the location within a certain distance. Now that Zhuo Qiushan had locked onto Yi Xing's aura, no matter how fast Yi Xing's position changed, Zhuo Qiushan could react immediately. Wind Shadow Spear Art. After Yi Xing dodged, he immediately counterattacked. He was inferior to his opponent in terms of strength, and could only make up for his disadvantage in terms of speed. Zhuo Qiushan attacked with his halberd, and Yi Xing also stabbed out hundreds of spear shadows in the blink of an eye, attacking him. Spiritual Martial Realm? Child's play. Zhuo Qiushan's expression was disdainful. He did not withdraw his halberd that was attacking Yi Xing, and shouted, "Mountain body suppression." Whoosh! A horrifying aura exploded. Outside Zhuo Qiushan's body, the earth yuan qi and the astral wind gathered, condensing into a translucent mountain peak, and shrouding Zhuo Qiushan. Ding 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 ding. Streaks of spear shadows pierced that translucent mountain peak, letting out continuous crisp sounds. Chapter 593. The translucent body of the mountain had a strong defense. It blocked all of Yi Xing's spear energy. As for the spear energy that was hit by the dark weapon halberd, it shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dark weapon halberd was in front of Yi Xing and collided with the golden rock spear. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xing's body was sent flying backward. Zhua Qiushan's attack power was indeed terrifying. Even though Yi Xing's physical strength was strong, he could not control the shock of the blood in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he did not spit out blood directly, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. This was not the Grand Astral Arena where the sight of blood meant defeat. There would be a formation to separate the two. This was the extraterritorial Starland. Only death was a real defeat. At this moment, a strong murderous intent shot out from Yi Xing's eyes. Haha! How does fresh blood taste? Zhua Qiushan was overjoyed when he saw that. He laughed loudly and the dark weapon halberd shone with a yellow light as he continued to attack Yi Xing. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's glabella and turned into a black hole vortex. Yi Xing used the black hole astrology. The world in front of Zhua Qiushan instantly turned into darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Yi Xing's dark grand momentum was oneness of heaven and man. His residual shadow footwork was even more elusive in the dark world. In an instant, he changed his position and Zhua Qiushan's attack missed. Yi Xing's figure merged perfectly with the dark world. Without a sound, Zhua Qiushan suddenly lost his sense of Yi Xing. He could not see Yi Xing and could not sense Yi Xing's position. Zhua Qiushan was completely blind. Zhua Qiushan was shocked. The mountain shadow that was about to dissipate suddenly lit up again. He continued to use the defensive secret skill, Mountain Shield. Double astrology. This guy is a genius with double astrology. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Lang Man noticed the astrological signs above Yi Xing. Seeing the two astrological signs side by side, the two of them immediately cried out in surprise. As for the dark world that Zhua Qiushan was in, he had become blind. The two of them had no idea at all. If they were not in the dark world of the black hole astrology, they would not be able to experience the feeling of falling into darkness. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded. When Zhua Qiushan heard the sound of something breaking through the air, the illusory mountain peak outside his body shook violently. It had already been pierced by Yi Xing's spear. At this moment, Yi Xing did not pursue quantity, so he did not perform the wind shadow spear art. Instead, he purely combined the power of the heaven and earth, the power of the stars, and the power of the stars. He drew the thickest yuan qi of the heaven and earth, and combined it with the power of his physical body, exploding out with the most powerful attack. This spear only had pure speed and pure power. The mountainous defense was a dark-level defensive secret technique. Its defensive power was very strong, but Zhua Qiushan had not cultivated it to a high level. He could still withstand a normal attack from a dark-level weapon, but when Yi Xing went all out, his defense was a little weak. Yi Xing's spear pierced directly into the illusory mountain peak. The illusory mountain peak shattered under the attack of the golden rock spear. The distance between the tip of the spear and Zhua Qiushan was less than a meter in the blink of an eye. However, the blink of an eye was not short for a venerable one. It was enough for him to react. Zhua Qiushan swung the dark-level weapon halberd in his hand and blocked Yi Xing's spear. Clang! With a crisp sound, Yi Xing's figure retreated explosively, disappearing without a trace of his aura. Yi Xing did not fight head-on with Zhua Qiushan. As soon as Zhua Qiushan blocked it, Yi Xing took the lead to retreat before Zhua Qiushan could exert any force. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing attacked from another direction. The golden rock spear was like a fiery dragon that charged forward and stabbed hard into the illusory mountain peak outside Zhua Qiushan. When Zhua Qiushan heard the sound, Yi Xing was about to pierce through the illusory mountain peak again. He was less than a meter away from his body. Zhua Qiushan's forehead was sweating. With the illusory mountain peak blocking, he had some time to defend himself. He immediately swung the dark-level weapon halberd in his hand. Upon seeing this, Yi Xing immediately retracted his spear and retreated rapidly. The golden rock spear and the dark-level weapon halberd collided lightly. Once again, he cleverly avoided a head-on collision with Zhua Qiushan. Cheng Jin Lang Man! Zhua Qiushan shouted. His voice was hurried and a little frightened. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xing's third spear came from an unexpected angle. With each stab, a hole appeared in the illusory mountain peak. Although it was not completely pierced, it greatly reduced the defensive power of the hill suppression. If Yi Xing continued attacking like this, the illusory mountain peak would be completely shattered in a few strikes. Without the defense of the hill suppression, Zhuo Qiushan would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the golden rock spear. Clang! As soon as Zhuo Qiushan finished speaking, the dark-level weapon halberd collided with the golden rock spear again. However, Yi Xing cleverly avoided a head-on collision again. He retreated with a light touch. A third hole appeared in the illusory mountain peak outside Zhuo Qiushan. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Lang Man heard Zhuo Qiushan's terrified cry. Only then did they know that Zhuo Qiushan was in a bad situation. Senior brother Zhuo. Both of them exclaimed at the same time and rushed toward Yi Xing whoosh. At this moment, Yi Xing had already launched his fourth spear attack at Zhuo Qiushan. Cheng Jin and Lang Man were still a few miles away from Yi Xing. Yi Xing glanced at both of them, and both of them fell into the dark world of the black hole astrology at the same time. They looked shocked. Bang! Due to the obstruction of the illusory mountain peak, Zhuo Qiushan once again blocked Yi Xing's attack. However, there were already 4 holes in the illusory mountain peak. Its defensive power was getting weaker and weaker. It could no longer withstand a few strikes from Yi Xing. Both of you, come here quickly! Zhuo Qiushan shouted. The fear in his voice deepened. A few miles away, Cheng Jin and Lang Man were trapped in the dark world. Only when one was in the dark world would one understand the horror of not being able to see anything. At this moment, Cheng Jin and Lang Man's hearts were trembling with fear. They were afraid that Yi Xing would suddenly launch an attack in the dark and they would be dead meat. How could they still dare to rush towards Zhuo Qiushan? After Cheng Jin and Lang Man fell into the dark world, they made the same decision almost simultaneously. Both of them immediately turned around and a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon appeared behind them. They quickly flew back in the direction they came from. The 5th strike, the 6th strike. The 9th strike, the 10th strike. Every time Yi Xing thrust his spear, there would be another hole in the illusory mountain peak. Its defensive power would weaken by a notch. When Yi Xing thrust his spear for the 10th time, the illusory mountain peak finally shattered completely. The golden rock spear was like a stream of light as it instantly pierced Zhuo Qiushan's head. Zhuo Qiushan had a mystic-grade defensive inner armor on his body. However, the inner armor could not protect his head. The power of Yi Xing's spear was terrifying. The tip of the golden rock spear pierced a fist-sized hole in Zhuo Qiushan's head. It directly shattered his glabella and penetrated his brain, killing him instantly. Bang! Yi Xing withdrew his spear. Zhuo Qiushan fell to the ground. Until his death, his eyes were filled with disbelief that he would die in the hands of a half-step venerable one. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.